The information shared during this live stream is for educational and informational purposes only and should not be considered financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. All trades, ideas, and strategies discussed are my personal opinions and are not recommendations to buy or sell any securities. Trading involves risk, and you should always do your own research and consult with a licensed financial professional before making any investment decisions. You are solely responsible for your own trading results.
Top of the morning, traders, and happy Friday, April 17th, and welcome to the most value-packed live trading show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday, had a great week so far, and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. Massive gap up on SPY, on the Qs, on the Dow, on IW. IW made all-time highs, third consecutive day of all-time highs on SPY. Now the only thing that's lagging behind is, of course, the Dow. The big news is, of course, the escalation continues to cool off. A little bit of an opening in the straight, okay, easing in the tensions there. And now we continue to push. And now look at this massive gap up to open things up. This is a massive gap up. And we're opening up at that 706.20. 706.20. What a difference 2 weeks makes. Okay, what a difference 2 weeks makes. Okay. This is why you can't bet against S&P. All right, so let things open up. We're going to look to take advantage of the best opportunities per usual. We're going to stick to our protocols. Nothing really changes for us. We just have to monitor the environment, see what kind of activity we're seeing. We're seeing a nice little sell-off to kick things off. So first critical level that we have that is brought to us by the market is that 708.79. That PMH, the Qs are testing that VWAP. Dow testing that VWAP, first initial test. Qs, an IW testing VWAP as well. IW is actually testing that previous all-time high, right? That 273.92 prior to today. Again, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Let's get to 200 likes today. We will do the giveaway at 150. The quicker we get there, the quicker we can do the giveaway. All right, if you're interested in joining us for the pre-market prep stream, interested in joining us for the delay ad-free stream as well, okay, link is pinned in the description to join. Use the code April. All right, so let's jump right into it. Okay, so far on the individual name front, we are seeing a nice little pullback on those names, some profit taking. Okay, some profit taking, Meta pulling back, Nvidia coming to test at 199.85. It looks like Google pulling back as well. It looks like Tesla's fueling back up. Tesla, see if we get above that 399. Those levels today are going to be those psychological levels. Those psychological levels are going to be critical. So levels ending in whole numbers, zeros and fives. All right, 200, 205. 225, whatever you're trading. So those are going to be some critical levels. Those are going to be some critical levels as opposed to just whole numbers. Okay, whole numbers take just individual whole numbers. Those single digit numbers, they happen too frequently. All right, they have some significance when paired with something, but those psychological levels, increments of 5, are the big ones. All right. Good morning, guys. Good morning, Kimi. Good morning, 1036 Rich. Good morning, EE3CQ. Yep, 100%. Poll question for today is let us know how you did on the week. If you're just jumping in, first time viewer, smash the like button. Make sure to subscribe. Okay, now the Dow, nice bounce off that VWAP. See if the IWM can reclaim that 274.17. So astronomical push. There's a massive gap up. Okay, even though we look where we're bouncing off of, guys, 706.23. So there's a level that was given in the pre-market. Okay, the next level past that is 707.40, and we have PMH, and then we have 709.20, and this 710. There's a possibility. Okay, it's on the table. It's within striking distance. All right. So first things first. I want to see how we interact with the jaws, the gap. If we do get into it, the Qs are giving up some of those gains. The Qs fell below that previous all-time high. Okay, that path, which is that 646.25. See if they can reclaim VWAP. So the Qs are pulling back slightly to kick things off. The Dow, nice rotation to the Dow. SPY just steady right there, sitting right at that VWAP, sitting right at that daily open. Right below us, we have that 705 psychological level. 705 psychological level. VIX is starting to pick up some speed. Let's mark out TOGBOG. Look at this. This is one. So that PML coincides with that BOG. BOG, bottom of the gap. Okay, BOG, TOG, those are some levels I like to use. BOG, bottom of the gap, top of the gap. Would it be a coincidence if the G50 is near that 703.82? If it is, that would be great. And that gives us a nice little key zone. Huh. Look at that, guys. Just like that. This is what we want to see. The whole point of drawing key levels in this way, okay, is allowing the levels to give you the zones. Okay, allowing the levels to give you the zones. That is what we would like to see. So using the system is the best way to find it. So now we have this key zone. So this is a possible bounce area. All right. So if we do get into the jaws of the gap, this is going to be the equilibrium. Right. We're not there yet. So we'll have that on standby. If the Qs go hammer off that VWAP and start to reclaim that previous all-time high, which is at 646.26, we can start to push back up. SPY's next level is 707.40, 707.40, which is a wild thing to say. All right, so easily the best trading week of my 40-year career. Absolutely extraordinary. I hope you got the 705 lotto from yesterday, and the Microsoft lottos. Yeah, that was some crazy activity here, guys. Great morning, SMC Queen. Good morning, good morning, good morning. %. Fib levels at this time, extensions would be great. Taking my time to find quality, 100%, guys. This week we've been very slow, okay? Meaning we're just waiting. We're exercising patience. We're being the tortoise. Okay, slow and steady. And now we're bouncing off that bounce zone, which was once a rejection zone. So let's see if that can lead us, okay, above that 707.40. 707.40. Make sure to like the video as you're coming in, team. Make sure to like the video on YouTube as you're coming in. Okay. We already had over 200 people stop by, so let's see if we can get the likes to correspond with the views. Okay, if we can get to 30% ratio, I think that'd be healthy. Okay. Yep, if you're waiting for the 5-minute orb, okay, the break is there. If you're waiting for 15-minute orb, your time is coming soon. If you're waiting for 30-minute, whatever you're waiting for, those levels will be available. Okay. ATR, 81 cents. Factoring in that massive gap. So still low ATR conditions. Okay, you can see, guys, we came into this zone. Okay, so we know how we feel about it. This was once a rejection zone, flipped to a bounce zone. Okay, so now what kind of separation can we get off of that? What kind of separation can we get off of that? Okay. All right, so any higher high at this point is an all-time high. All right, so the Q's bouncing off that VWAP nicely, trying to reclaim that 640, 646.25. Individual names, let's take a look at our terrific 12. Apple, added here. Apple is a candidate. Walmart, falling off a cliff. ExxonMobil falling off a cliff. So Apple is a candidate. Okay, I'll keep a close eye on Apple. Apple is a candidate. Okay, Apple is a candidate. Inverse head and shoulder. Trade wins, if I can find that nice little pocket. Yeah, VIX starting to pick up some speed. I think the VIX will start to make noise if they can push past 18. Push past 18. So there's some levels from previous day, some old trades. Okay, if VIX can start to push back 18, I just go to 18 and just hang out at 18. But if it can push back off of 18 with some aggression, there can be something there. Okay, Palantir is also looking good. So as we go into ShockWave hour, I want to see things that have that momentum. I want to see individual names that have that momentum. So Apple starting to fade above that PMH. Palantir holding that PMH. Okay, that's what I'd like to see. Okay, just some few candidates. And we have a nice look, another key zone right here between that TOG and that daily open. So you see how the market is generating the levels for us. Okay, so if you use the system, the SAT system, okay, then you are allowing the market to give you the levels and the zones. All right. It's the closest thing to objective levels. It's the closest to being completely objective. For Meta, above 681.81. That's the PMH. Excuse me. That's that PMH. In the highs of the day. MSFT, yep, MSFT off that VWAP. That does look nice. Even NVIDIA, if NVIDIA can hold that 199.85, that's good to go. Meta starting to go, Meta above PMH, see if it gets that hold. All right. So it's going to be determined on how the Qs fare, okay? If we get that bounce off that VWAP, reclaim that 646.26, and then everything that's pushing near the highs, all right, those tech names are going to get that nice momentous lift. If we collapse under this, okay, if we collapse under this or hang out in this territory, they might be charged with, if we hang out there, they might be charged with a solo mission. They got to make that push on their own. If we get that collapse, it might mean they're running out of room. So again, look for potential rejections off major key levels above. Major key levels above. Okay, there goes Palantir, continues to push. So, okay, so now Meta's a candidate as well. Meta and Palantir, potential candidates. I want to see how the Q fares. The Q fares off that level. SPY. Key zone here. So coming into it, get some bullish price action off of it. The longs will be there. If we slice and dice right through it, retrace, reject. Back at the jaws of the gap, room to 705. Room to 705. Ooh, Meta. Meta, once it broke that 681.81, guys, Meta's off to the races. Meta is off to the races. Meta's off to the races. And PLTR gives us a nice key zone right here. Okay, Q's starting to get lifted here. IW is also bouncing off that VWAP, holding that VWAP, I should say. Holding that VWAP. So we know we did reject off this 707.40. Look at that, guys, that level. That's why it's imperative to know how to find these levels when there's no levels to find. Okay. The market's not giving you levels, so you have to go into your tool belt and find these levels. Good morning. Notice that American markets off the Vago have a lot of call expiry today. Money above strike price, does that mean? So when we take a look at options flow, it doesn't give us too much detail as far as what to do. It just gives us an idea of what the, basically it's kind of a sentiment check, right? If there's a lot of call flow coming in, right, we can't possibly see, depending on when the contracts are, we can't possibly see a nice lift on all the names. If there's a lot of put flow coming in, more than likely, heavy put flow means there's some downside slide coming in, there's some hedging activity taking place. All right, we're just getting a feel of the overall options market by looking at that, right? So I don't particularly use options flow to make decisions, okay? But you can use it as something to support your decision making, if that makes sense. AMD, that PMH. AMD is about to hit all-time highs, guys. AMD's all-time highs is above that 280, right at that 281. So AMD, all-time highs, 281. Meta, let's see if Mark Zuckerberg has something for us as we wait for SPY. Oh, contracts are IVs 50%. Okay, contracts are juicy. I'll look at the 690s. Been waiting for that retest to 681.81. If you took that break already, you're already laughing to the bank. It can be done. If you're waiting for that retest of that level, okay, VWAP can start trailing in. Okay. I'm going to stand up real quick. So Meta, make or break, same thing, scale out, stop out. I want to see that nice signal come in. Risk will be right at that 682.66. So if you're waiting for that PMH retest, right, that PMH retest would not factor into the idea. Purely playing the momentum. So that might be a goner here. Okay, nice breakout Meta. Continues to push. Okay, SPY looking to make another all-time high. Okay, see if Meta can start pulling back a little bit. Okay, I don't want to get at that very top. Meta pull back into this territory. I'll be there for it. See if SPY can break above that 707.61. Looking at the 690s on Meta. Looking at the 690s. Of course, in this case, need SPY to continue to push above that level. Come back a little bit lower. If you're already in Meta, if you took that initial break, manage accordingly, TP where you need to. As long as we stay above key zone, I have a chance. And market context. Okay, we're starting to reject here off that 707.40. See if that key zone holds. If that key zone holds, Meta can go. If that key zone folds, I'll discount Meta. I'll disregard Meta, I should say. VIX continue to push. I'll take Meta right there. Okay, I'm going to take Meta right there. Betting on this key zone to hold. If we slice and dice through it, I'll get stopped out. Some of the Meta calls. Up 4. See if I continue to push. My stop loss is all the way down here. Okay. So in this case, I need SPY to hold that key zone. Okay, in this case, I need SPY to hold that key zone. If SPY can't hold this key zone, maybe Meta can start to slide. See if the Qs can start to pick up some speed here. Down 10, 15. Okay, I want this interaction to go positive. All right, so I don't want to see that break below it. If it does, then I'll get stopped out. My stop out is down there. SPY, 705.97. Meta's down 20%, 30%. It's moving aggressively. Okay, see if we can hold. Almost stopped out on Meta. Okay, see if it wicks and bounces if it can. That can possibly give us a little bit of a relief here. Still in Meta. Did see north of 30%. Okay, that's why it's so important to wait for that confirmation. You can see, all right, the ShockWave didn't give you the signal there. Okay, now let's see if we can hold that key zone. We dipped into the jaws of the gap, so if it wants to go now, Meta can start to wake up. That would be great. Had to sit through a little back and forth. So let's see if Meta can take off now. Okay, Meta starting to go. Did see drawdown upwards of 30%. Again, that's part of the plan. My risk is at that 682.69. Okay, again, very choppy in this area. So as long as this key zone can hold on SPY, as long as that VWAP, we can hold that VWAP, it gives Meta a chance. Okay, see if we can push into 687.07 on Meta. Okay, we get back to break even on Meta. There we go. Had to hold on for dear life there. Almost got stopped out. Excuse me. Okay. Meta, a good TP. Okay, if you're looking for conservative TP, 687.05. Meta's up 10. If SPY can break that high, that'd be great. See if SPY can break that high. If SPY can break that high above 707.61, I can possibly be there. Now I just need the Qs to get above those highs. Qs get above those highs, Meta can start to take off. Okay, up 8. So biggest danger here on Meta is that double top. Okay, so you get that nice push above 687.05. Again, SPY coming to this resistance here. Needs to break. If you took profits on Meta already, congratulations. Okay, SPY is coming to resistance. So for Meta to take off, okay, we need the Qs to break above that opening range high, and we need SPY to break above that 707.49. I'll open up the door for SPY. There we go. Okay, Meta's starting to push. Up 19, up 22, 23. Okay, I want to stay above that level. It's going to be a one-shot kill for Meta. It means if we close back below 687.05, I'll get out. I want SPY to hold there, and I'll transition to SPY. Okay. Okay, so you can hold that level, stay above 687.05. SPY starting to go. I'll close Meta there, all out, 22%. Okay, so let me go to SPY now. So all out on Meta, 22%. So SPY is ready for us now. Q's also breaking there. Okay, now let me see if I can get that hold on the SPY. Who caught Meta? If you caught Meta, beautiful job. SPY, I'm looking at the 708s. Let's see if this whole area can hold. Good TP on Meta. Starting to pull back now. Let's see if we can pull back just a little bit. I want that entry in this area. See if we get that hold. So the initial signal didn't come in. No risk reward box yet. So Meta, I'm out of Meta. Right, biggest danger there was that double top. So SPY, see SPY can hold there for another 20 seconds or so, because we're getting at all-time highs. All right, so the biggest danger is we run out of fuel. Okay. So the engine is still calculating. So good scalp on Meta. Up Palantir starting to make a move. Yep. Okay, I'll take SPY right there. I want that level to hold. So I'm in SPY calls. Same thing with SPY. Risk would be down here, 707.20. See if SPY can start to go. If it goes double top, again, we're at all-time highs already, granted. So I'll let this play out. Okay, we need that nice little pop to the upside that can help us here. So all-time highs into all-time highs. Right, I want this key zone to hold. Okay. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Palantir goes. Palantir starting to go. So if you don't trade all-time highs, you're probably avoiding the setup here. Okay, maybe you're going to the Qs or something else. All right, so if you did take this, manage accordingly, TP where you need to. Okay, I already extracted 22 on Meta. Had to come to SPY. While I was waiting for SPY, went to Meta. No close back below key zone. My stop would be a little more conservative on SPY. See if we go candle over candle. See if this key zone can hold. Down 5. So this is actually not the appropriate risk. I was making an example yesterday. Conservatives right here. Okay, SPY's down 10. About to get stopped out. If it breaks below these lows, I'll get stopped out. Okay, it breaks below conservative, I'll get stopped out. So I'm betting on buyers to pick this thing off of the key zone. That was my risk, 707.21. Okay. Qs. Let's see if Qs can step up. Let's see if the Qs can step up. I want that key zone to hold. Preliminarily hold that key zone. I want buyers to continue to buy it there. If they fail to buy it there, more than likely leads to a stop out. Okay. Qs just can't create that separation away from VWAP. Position on SPY is flat. Okay, I want that nice little push. Qs join the party. That'd be great. The Dow's starting to go. Since the ATR is significantly lower, guys, it's going to seem like a slower push unless you get that parabolic candle that just comes into play. Okay. Okay, let's see if we have one more push. Did see upwards of 5-6% on SPY. Nothing too major. Okay, but feel free to TP. All right. See SPY. Qs, get it together, Qs. Get it together, Qs. Last little chance, that baby flag there. If we can pop above it, that'd be great. Ideally, no close below key zone. Okay. If buyers overtake that key zone, more than likely, that's a grab of those highs. All right. So critical. There's a tipping point here. Okay. Tipping point. There's no audio on YouTube. Is that right? No audio on YouTube. Can you guys hear me on YouTube? Let me know if you guys can hear me on YouTube again. Okay, let's see if that's that push. Go, go, go. Up 8, up 9, TP where you need to. Okay. Go candle over candle. Okay, I just need the Qs to just stay above VWAP. At this point, the Qs are not going anywhere. If the Qs can stay above VWAP and the Dow can start pushing, that'd be good. Up 12. Okay, that's a great area to TP, guys, if you need to. Up 12. Scale out. I'm going to scale it right there. At 12. See runners can go to TP. I want us to stay above that 707.99. Up 18. There we go. Go, go, go. Okay, I'll close all right there. Okay, at 13. 12 and 13. I'm good with that. All right. So we're at all-time highs. I'm not going to push it too much. But all out there on SPY. If you're still in, keep moving your NC. If you have a little more of a larger appetite than I do. Okay, just move your NC. But I took it to scale out. Okay. So 2 trades, both trades worked in our favor. All right, I want to be very, very diligent in the profit taking today on this Friday. How we doing, strikers? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing, guys? If you're still in, manage accordingly. Good extraction on Meta. Meta hit those highs as soon as we TP to start to slide. Again, not everything is going to go parabolic. That's why it's so important not to fall in love too much and be diligent at TP. Google's near those lows. Apple 269.80. If you're still in this, congratulations. Okay. So another ShockWave. In this all-time high conditions, guys. We pair the ShockWave along with our technicals as well, using our key zones, using the fundamentals of the things we look for every day. All right. Should be at maybe 20% there, 20, 30%. Okay, if you did purchase ShockWave today, all right, I will get you access, all right, as soon as possible. All right, so give it about 24 hours. I have to add you. Make sure to go through the instructional video. Okay, and it's going to take some practice as well, getting familiar with the ShockWave. I was going to do the webinar this Saturday, but I did have something come up on Saturday. So what I'll probably do is I will release the last week's webinar on YouTube and do a replay. So if you guys are interested on YouTube, you can watch it. I'll make it available on YouTube, okay, to keep the momentum going on YouTube. And we'll schedule the next webinar next week on Saturday. So this weekend, a little busy over the weekend, so can't seem to find a time during that time, okay? TP hit. So my shock waivers, my waivers, anyone take that? Any of the waivers take this, regardless if you took or profit early, if you took it at scale out, if you took it at TP1, that's up to you. Okay, congratulations, you did that in all-time highs. Who's done for the week? I want to see done for the weeks. Beautiful job, Artem, as always. Always, always, always. All right. That's it, guys. We got our work done in under 30 minutes. Efficiency, okay? Efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. And moving forward, I'm probably going to have to add more of these individual tickers into the fold, all right? Because we're at all-time highs, so we have to find those arbitrage opportunities. If you don't trade individual tickers, you don't have to take it. Continue to be patient on SPY. I'm still trading SPY, right? But I'm just being more patient with SPY and entertaining something else that has an opportunity in the meantime, rather than forcing something on SPY, right? We did get that key zone bounce here. That key zone bounce here came, key zone held up. Okay, so SPY is the basis for everything. Beautiful job, Joey. Beautiful, 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 guys. Again, guys, the nature of these trades, all right, we're day traders. We see opportunity, we take opportunity, and we exit stage left. All right, because things can change so fast. And this idea is hit TP already. So if you're risking 1 to make 4, you're all the way up there. You risk 1 to make 2, you already made 2. How are we doing on YouTube? How are we doing on YouTube, guys? How are we doing on YouTube? Close to done for the week. Maybe one more lotto. I have to stick to SPY because on one trade on Tesla Meta, it doesn't go my way. I lose so much. Yeah, those ones move more aggressively. So those individual names, they move more aggressively because they're covering more ground. Their ATR is different. You saw the Meta position, okay? If you're in the Discord, I was down 30%. Still within risk, though. Right? In the case where SPY completely broke below its key zone and then I got to my stop loss, okay, then I'll move to the side. All right, I'm wrong. And then I'll look for the next opportunity. Okay? So very important to understand that when you are trading individual names, there is things you need to consider as well. %, SPY, first time ShockWave. Beautiful, 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 guys. All right. Beautiful job, trade wins. Keeping it clean. Follow your system. Okay, we have Some great traders on our team. Okay, some great traders on our team, and it's like it's scary good how capable what kind of traders we have on our team. All right, nothing's gonna miss, nothing's gonna pass through without one of our traders getting alerted. All right, they're gonna see it, they're gonna bring it to the table. All right, it's like we're a pack of wolves basically. Okay. The SPY, per usual, continues to go. So again, if you took that, beautiful job. That's the first trade if you're just joining us on YouTube. And my waivers, beautiful job. $100%. Right. Hungry wolves. Yep. Wake up every day with an appetite. Wake up every day with an appetite. Okay, so again, that thing goes parabolic. SoFi position, beautiful job. That's the best thing to be in. When the position is green, no pressure. A swing trade, you did the diligence, the due diligence, and it's green, it's working. No pressure for you to trade. All right, SoFi was beautiful. All-time highs. Any ShockWave are still holding. I think SPY out 60% from Michael. Done for the week, everyone. Enjoy your weekend, guys. If you're done, all right, get off the charts, disappear from the charts, take a break from the charts. All right, do the things you like, do the things you love, spend time with the ones you do this for. All right, and we'll come back on Sunday, stocks after dark, and we'll look to attack wherever the market is. All right, I've said it before, I'll say it again. It doesn't matter where this thing opens up. We're gonna stick to the protocol. Okay, whether it's down 10%, down 5%, whether it's tariffs, and we had the privilege of trading through now two major catalysts, two huge catalysts, tariffs last year, this year, Iran war, all on live. All right. Okay. Okay, there we go. This thing continues to go. Take a look at some of our members. 70% SPY. Hussein, thank you, ShockWave. George, got a piece of that SPY. Over in danger, small cap land. GLD, good. SoFi, beautiful job, guys. 70% for one of our members. Next key level coming up, guys. No coincidence. Our next key level aligns with this target. 709.20. Okay. So the levels I have for today is all the way until 710. Okay. And all the way until 710. If we go to our game plan chart real quick, all right, we said we're going to keep an eye on this level, which is a rejection level coming into it. We got above it. We came back. We bounced off. We continued to push. So the best entry, okay, the best entry, of course, the high risk entry, which the greater the risk, the greater the reward, is over here. That's the best entry. Everything else is fueled off of that. Every other buyer above each of these previous highs, all right, is reaping the rewards, is coming in because there's a lot of buyers stepping in as well. They're benefiting from this initial cohort of buyers stepping in. That led to that push. Okay, we're about to crack 709, so we can hold above 709. We're at 709, close to 709, which is a major level. You too, Michael. Have a great weekend. Again, guys, for the folks on who join us on WAP, do me a favor, team. Make sure to leave a review. It takes 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. Leave some stars. Leave a comment, reflecting your experience. Okay, you write what you want. If you can, leave a comment. If you can't, just leave some stars on our page. All right, there's a lot of traders out there who can really benefit from your take. Okay, from your take and the experience of our members. All right, so make sure to do that over the weekend. All right, this thing's about to go to TP2. Okay. So if you recall, a couple of weeks ago, I believe, there was one day when ShockWave got multiple stop outs. Right? On days like that, you have to trust the system and just take the stop out. Because once you abandon it, when things are a little bit not going in your favor, you abandon it, then you miss opportunities like this. Okay. Intel. Palantir looks interesting. AMD 279.40. Keep a close eye on that. We're gonna have a very interesting stocks after dark this weekend. Okay, it's gonna be very, very interesting. I have some points that I want to bring up, and we'll touch on it there. But if you've been watching the past 3 stocks after dark, okay, the things we discussed came to fruition. All right, so very important that you do make some time, guys, if you can, on that Sunday. Yeah, the reason why I didn't do Free Trade Friday today is because now in the Discord on Google Meets, we have close to 90 people in there, so I want to let our members jump in first, and then I'll let the people on YouTube start jumping in, because once it gets to 100, then the people are paying members. I don't want them not to be able to access the stream. Green all week. SPY due for a nice pullback. Beautiful job. 1036. 710 on SPY looking good. Absolutely beautiful job. Real quiet. What happened to MU? MU. Let's take a look at MU. Okay, it came down to this, guys. The fact that Qs could hold that VWAP, MU already provided some profits to the downside. So it breaks down. ShockWave says go short. If you like MU, you take into account the contracts on MU. MU, okay, you take the puts, 10:54 a.m. Eastern, scale out, TP, and you're done for the day. Dell, absolute sleeper. How many candles in a row is that? So now, guys, the biggest danger is giving back your profits. Let's get the likes up, team. Folks on YouTube, let's get the likes up. We only have 62 likes. We had over 500 people stop by, over 200 people tuning in, 190 people tuning in live at the current moment. So everyone take a moment, hit the like button, okay? That tremendously helps our stream. Okay. So make sure to do that. If you're tuning in all week, all right, some tremendous opportunities this week. I won't be taking any swings. All right, I won't be taking any swings. This is the market can do whatever it wants at this point. It can continue to push higher. Technically, we are overextended. In quotes, we should pull back. Puts do sound appealing, but there's no telling what the market wants to do. All right, it's like you tranquilize a raging bull. All right. You hit it with a tranquilizer, okay, and you're expecting it to fall, 1 minute later, 2 minutes later, it's not falling. All right, so this market is a raging bull, and a tranquilizer has not fully kicked in yet. So there's a very strong push to the upside. All right, so you don't want to get near the bull unless it's fully asleep. If it means you're a little late to the party to the downside, that's fine. As opposed to you're trying to tranquilize this raging bull. Okay, you think it's going to fall asleep in 2 minutes, but it's still active. Okay, and you get hit. All right, so I'll keep going with the intraday activity. The market's on this. 100%. Quick 15%. Beautiful job on IW. If we do retrace, I mean, there's a few areas we can retrace. Well, we were waiting for those retraces. All right, so far this trend has been so intraday, it's been so strong that we've come near the 20 EMA on the hourly, but we've been riding this 9. Okay, we've been riding this 9. So we haven't even come back and test that 20 yet. Technically, we came close to it, but not technically. Okay, who recalls? Remember that day we went golden cross here, guys? We're saying, hey, golden cross, inverse head and shoulder, something is brewing. Who remembers this day? During pre-market prep. Okay, that's behind us. All right, so this trend is so strong. Right, since the 9 and the 20 crossed over, we have not come to the 50 yet. So the healthiest pullback, the one that's not going to appear maybe in the next couple of days, it might take a few days, unless some kind of major news catalyst comes into play, is right here, 697.02, 698.59. Next to that is the 701.95, 702.77. That 9 will be in that 705, 706.26 territory. Okay. Everything else is intraday. Everything else is scalping and quick day trading each shift. If you're looking for those swings, right, off the 9, off the 20, key level, key zone, off the 50, can provide some great opportunity, but those opportunities are not there yet. Man, look at that. Look at that continued push, guys, on SPY. All right. Okay. There goes IW. Okay. There goes the Dow. Man. My biggest thing was this week is just we were right. We were too right. Okay, we were too right. Beautiful job, guys. Leave some reviews on the ShockWave as well. Leave some reviews. Okay. It's a game changer. All right. It's a game changer, and it's a privilege for me to bring it to the forefront. SPY 226% for Judith. 3 contracts calls yesterday. Done for the week. Absolutely beautiful job, Judith. Anyone else done for the week? Anyone else done for the week? I want to see DFTWs. DFTWs today. Might have one lotto left in me, and then the closer we get to 12 o'clock, the more I start to mentally check out. If you're waiting for that 9 retracement team, okay, that's going to be back at this 708.48 territory. IW went as well. Everything went. Okay, let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Let's get the likes up. Make sure to like the video. Let's get to 100 likes before 10:30. 100 likes before 10:30. And the ones who are interested in the yearly, strikers. All right, the link is pinned to the chat. There was a handful of you who want to go to the yearly, upgrade to the yearly. Okay, the link is pinned in the chat in Google Meets. Okay, it's pinned in there on Google Meets. There's nothing for me to do here outside of just admire this push and I'm looking at Dell. My bad, guys. Outside of just see if we can get to 710. So, can we get to 710? Let's do a quick show of hands. Do we get to 710 before 10:30? Yes or no? Put yes or no in the chat. Yes or no, 710. All right. Of course, we can all apparently see this. Okay. Downward compression up there. See if that PMH holds. PMH in conjunction with that 9. See if that can get tested and hold. If it doesn't, that means that resistance up here is too strong. Because this is the second TP. That 709.20 is our next key level. That bounce, of course, is key zone down here. So if we're going to get to 710, this downward compression might be our segue into 710. In the meantime, we need the Qs to hold here. The Qs are actually the laggard. Okay. Everything is green, but the Qs are only up 0.18%. And the Dow is leading the way. So yesterday, the Qs were ripping and running. The Dow was a laggard. Now we're seeing a slight rotation out of the Qs, okay, and into the Dow. So we're going from leaders and rotating into laggards to play the catch-up trade. Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh, NVIDIA, nice opportunity there. Scale out, a couple of scale outs. Apple is a sleeper here. Apple. Look at that, guys. We came right into that 9. Anyone waiting for that 9? This is your time to shine. Okay. Comes right to that 9. Comes right to that PMH. All right, now it's starting to go. So instead of buying it at that resistance there, you get it in this at these lows here. All right, you can start to trim. You can start to manage. You can start to move your stop to break even, whatever you need to do. Those things are things you need to refine and build based on your trader profile. And take that bounce off that 9. That was quick. Don't fall too much in love with the 710. All right. If you need to take some off, if you want to hold the whole thing, by all means. 45%. Beautiful job, Lynn. I take my own trades and lose and make it back on ShockWave. All right, so maybe just stick to ShockWave. All right, the thing with ShockWave is it's not going to give you 20 opportunities. So it's going to also, per day. So it's also going to clean up the trading. You're not going to do as much transactions. So maybe sticking to those high probability setups. Again, this 709.20 is a critical level, team. Okay, 709.20 critical level. IW, yeah, trade went. That's moving cleanly. Sneaky move on IW. So the trade might be to bounce on the Qs if the Qs can bounce, because SPY is already at all-time highs. Look at IW, ShockWave. Boom. See if the Qs can bounce there. And IW is already at all-time highs. Already made all-time highs today. So small caps on all-time high land. The Dow's moving and grooving today. All right. So I want you to be able to get the feel when you close your eyes or when you just do the mental exercise. When you start to see these names, if you've been paying attention to all week, you can start to see where the money's flowing into where it's flowing out of, and then you can start to pinpoint which sectors based on these four index ETFs are moving. All right, so that's the ability you want to start to obtain the longer you do this, because market context, I would say, is the most underrated skill set. Okay, and it takes time to develop that skill set. Think of it like as IQ. Trader IQ. So really good athletes, okay, they can almost anticipate based on film study. And let's use a football analogy. Based on film study, really great quarterbacks, they can anticipate where the defense is going to move to right before they get there. Right? Really good quarterbacks, they can throw their receivers open. Right? So it's not about getting the ball to the receiver. Anybody can do that at a professional level, but get the ball to the point where the receiver is going to be. Okay, and that's IQ, that's study, that's refining your craft, that's hours and hours and hours of refinement, dedication. Same thing with trading. So from the standpoint of understanding market context, gives us an idea of which way we can potentially go, or sets the boundaries around, if this happens, this list of things can come to fruition. If this takes place, these lists of things can come to fruition. Okay. So same thing there. All right, first shift supposed to be wrapped up. Already took 2 trades, SPY, and what do we take? Meta. Yeah, Meta and SPY. Meta and SPY. Both played out beautifully, so I'll be on Lotto watch. Just Lotto, one Lotto. We'll see if it comes to fruition, and then we'll be done for the week. If it doesn't come to fruition, then that's fine as well. Might go mean reversion here. We can grab these highs up here at 709.46. Gravitation back towards 708.79. And the thing is, right, since we're moving in a low ATR space, right, there's not a lot of room, not a lot of wiggle room, not a lot of room for us to run, right? Yep, QQQ lagging 100%. If Qs can bounce off that level, guys, Qs can bounce off that level, get a nice little hammer break, continue push, 2 down, 2 up, push to the upside, back into 447.52, pursue those levels. That can give SPY the lift it needs to get above 709.20. If the Qs start to fade here, fall back below that level, more than likely SPY, okay, has hit exhaustion here and is going to start to fade and look for some more fuel. All right, so it's going to come down to the Qs. It's going to come down to the Qs. YY 709, that's a key level that I have. So the key levels this morning, okay? So when we did open up, we opened up at all-time highs. Parabolic push, okay? And these key levels came in before that parabolic push, before the news. So this is where we were. We opened up above that 705, 706, but these key levels kind of give you an idea of where I'm looking to see SPY trade into. All right, so 709.20 is the final key level I have that I provided. All right, so if it gets above that, the only thing there is 710. If it gets above 710, all right, then now it's not even outer space, it's not at the moon. Okay, it's basically going to Saturn. All right. Yeah, on the 5. Yep, on the 5, bearish bear on the Qs. 2 down, 2 up on the 5. That'll help the SPY get lifted possibly. If it goes 2-2 continuation, the downside takes out those lows. Can't hold that level, then SPY will have a hard time. So it's in anticipation of this break. All right, the best entry in this case is, guys, nice bounce off that 9 here. Tap into that 708.79. Okay, this key zone that we just highlighted here, this zone right here, 708.53, 708.80. That's the best entry up here. Okay, doable, but you're taking that resistance. So it's either you wait for resistance to break, or you try to front run a resistance by seeing some other environmental conditions. But again, treat resistance as resistance. This is all fueled by that downward compression break. Okay, the Qs are starting to go. The Qs went 2 down, 2 up, reversal. IWM is at TP3. Okay, Qs starting to bounce. Let's get to 100 likes, guys. 100 likes. We're getting close. We're at 82. We'll do the giveaway at 150. Any first-time viewers, put a 1 in the chat. How many first-time viewers do we have? If this is your first week tuning in, is this anyone's first week? SoFi cracked 20, still long. Yeah, SoFi, right? We were discussing SoFi a while back. One of our great traders, okay, already took advantage of SoFi, 45%. All right. Beautiful job, Lynn. Good stop out. Keep that wrist tight. So we're going to get stopped out 45%. Risk is inevitable. Being wrong is inevitable. Taking a loss is inevitable. Okay, but when we're wrong, we don't want to be wrong for long. You don't want to be wrong for long. First week for Mike. First week for Bren. First week for Ralph. First week for Mike. First week also. So you guys saw the action this week. What kind of action that we did see, right? So over the weekend, review your plan, all right? Review your plan. Review your trading plan, how you did. Go into your journal. If you don't have a journal, I say this every Friday. If you don't have a journal, this is the day to start journaling. It doesn't matter what happened before that, all right? We know the old adage. The best time to plant a tree was yesterday. The second best time is today. All right, so if you don't have a journal yet, grab yourself a journal. I'm talking about a note, a pen and paper type of journal. All right, the e-journals are cool as well, but you need that pen and paper journal. All right, to write down some of the things you're seeing, some of the things you're feeling, because when you go back to review, right, you have to document the psychology aspect of what you're feeling at that particular time. All right, and then you make the adjustments based on that. Review your rules, review everything, and look to refine one particular thing over the weekend. Okay, look to refine one particular thing over the weekend. 710, here it comes. 710, here it comes. Beautiful bounce off that zone, off that PMH. That was there for the taking, but ShockWave put you in position. So those contracts are gone. 710 hit. S&P 500 has hit 710. S&P has hit 710. In 2 weeks, it went from 629 to 710. Okay, in 14 trading days, TP3 hit 710. So if you're looking for that late entry, downward compression, breakout. Took some time, broke out, but look at the Qs. So context is key. Okay, context is key. What do we need to take off to get us over the top of that resistance? The Qs. Yeah, Palantir. Wow, that one took off as well. Beautiful job, Gary. $7.10. Do you guys believe that? SPY's at $7.10. In 14 trading days. All right, you can't count the U.S. stock market out. All right, the biggest of the biggest players play this game. They're not going to let this thing go down. If this thing goes down, if it collapses, okay, that's it. So we're playing the game that the biggest of the biggest are playing. We're just looking for a small little piece. Okay, we're just looking for a small little piece and move it out of the way. Okay, but those calls. All right. Let me just take a look at what those calls are. All right, let's take a look. That was the 708 calls. Okay, 137 was the entry. They're 250. So about $100 some change per contract. And look at that, 710. So just imagine all the longs above 710. Market says thank you very much. Okay, says you're late to the party. So ShockWave, 3 TPs hit. So history. 30% booked on Coinbase. Beautiful break. Bitcoin's also breaking out. No, 629 14 days ago. 14 trading days ago. Anyone have a horse and race in that one? 20%. Beautiful job, Firefly. Beautiful. Beautiful 30% on the Qs. Beautiful job, Turbo. Once it bounced off those EMAs. Okay. Beautiful. And what I do love is, guys, a lot of our team members are really starting to come to their own, right? They're exercising patience. They're making those improvements week over week, all right, and becoming intentional, and really honing in on their system, on their rules, right? And hopefully you're starting to see the benefit of doing that, and you continue to refine and you continue to come into every single day and looking to take advantage of the best opportunities. The puts. One is the puts for next week. I hold all the ShockWave. Yeah, leave some testimonials on ShockWave, guys. All right. So it's not just something I just slapped together with levels. All right. It's a real system. Accidentally took puts when you took calls earlier. There for today's 0 DTE. So whenever that happens to me, that happened to me a couple of times yesterday. My rule is, okay, it happens from time to time. If I'm looking to take the puts and I take the calls by accident, I immediately close. Right? Sometimes it works in my favor, but I don't care if it works in my favor or not. If it's minus, I just immediately close, even if I turn out to be right, because I wasn't looking to define risk in that way, if that makes sense. Of course, me saying that now is not going to help your contracts, but it's just what I can pass on to you if that mistake gets made. From time to time, those mistakes get made. All right, but you can't let that be a way for you to enter a trade. All right, it's not just, hey, you know what? I'm going to look to take the calls here. Whoops, I got into the puts. Let's see what happens. Right? The let's see what happens trade, we can get away with it a few times. But most of the time, okay, it leads to devastation. The market allows you to get away with it. Allows you to get away. Allows you to get away. It modifies your behavior, and then you get comfortable, and then it makes you pay. All right, so it's going to be up to you if you want to hold it or not. I don't know how down it is, what the intended risk is. Right, so this thing is above 710. Unless there's a miraculous drop back below 709.20, which is very possible. Anything can happen. But what's the likelihood? What's the likelihood of that taking place? What's the likelihood of buyers not stepping in off 710? What's the likelihood of buyers not stepping in here? Right, so unless there's some sort of structural shift, okay, this thing continues to push higher and might even turn 710 to support now. Yeah, don't be wrong for long. Okay, you guys see me be wrong all the time, right? A little less frequently this week, all right? Win rate has been higher this week, but if I'm wrong, I don't want to be wrong for long. Okay, I do not want to be wrong for long. And for you to learn that, sometimes you have to be wrong for a long time. You have to be wrong for a long time to really learn that and adapt. So you'll bounce back, Lambish. Okay, just live and learn. And accidents do happen. My brother's friend yesterday said going to be down $10. No more bias for me. So the killer is bias, guys. The killer is bias. All right. So think of it like this. You're coming into the market every day, trying to remain as neutral as possible, not losing sight of the bigger picture, because you want to know where you are, generally bigger picture. But you're looking to the market to convince you. You want the bulls to convince you, and the bears to convince you. So you're not coming in and assuming. You're saying, hey, you know what? Okay, who can convince me the best? Okay, whichever participation group can convince me the best, I will allocate a unit of risk towards that participation group. So that convincing just means your strategy and your entry model. And look at this, guys. We're at 710.92. Okay, 711 is up next. Okay, wow. Wow. All right, don't chase. If you're going to wait, you have to wait for one of these compressions. Okay, this compression here took place. That was nice. The Q's about to make all-time highs. So back-to-back days. Rubber band tight. 100%, guys. So, and the thing is, if your stops are tight, you can always get back in. So don't forget, guys, you can always get back in. It's not just it's make or break. I have to be right, or I'm just gonna. You can always get back in. Okay, you can always buy back in. 55% IW. Wow, guys, this is tremendous. We'll become a member over the weekend. Absolutely, Mike. Look forward to it. Again, guys, for those of you looking to join our team, make sure to do so. All right, use the code April. Okay, 20 spots open. All right, 20 spots open. We still have a few spots remaining. Once that fills up, okay, then we won't be taking any new members. Tesla 400. What was the key adage for today, guys? What was the key word for today? Does anyone remember the key thing to look for today? The theme from pre-market, the key thing. Right, psychological levels. Just to say, FIFA risk stock. Be careful when investing in companies. Just a normal day. Now 710 is support. 710 is support. So the big thing today was all those psychological levels. All right. Okay. So such as, okay, MU 460. TSM was above that 370. Tesla 400. Amazon was at 255. That's right there. Apple 270 coming up. Nvidia 200. Broadcom above that 400. Palantir above that 145. Okay, Google 330. So all those major psychological levels. Yeah, IWM is out of here, guys. IW is out of here. I'm gonna have to pay IW a visit next week. Okay, last couple of IWM trades didn't work in my favor, so I'm gonna have to maybe pay it a visit next week. You guys do a tremendous job with IW, especially we have a handful of traders, okay, that are just crushing IW. Okay. All right, let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to like. Make sure to subscribe. History in the making. There's nothing much for me to say outside of the fact that the market is resilient. If you're a day trader, okay, don't have an inherent bias. Let the market convince you on which way to go. Using your setups, using your technical prowess, manage risk. So nothing changes. Again, next week, Monday rolls around. Okay, if we're in the 715, 710s, if we gap down, we get back to the 600s. All right, wherever we open up, we are going to have some way to counter. Okay, we're going to have some sort of counter. We're going to have some sort of response. Someone added 4.6 million worth of SPY calls. Wow. 30 million. What contracts? Let me take a look at it on the big screen. Two weeks out. Okay. Sweep came in. If you guys are in the live float channel as well, you can also see it there. Microsoft large sweep order. So struggles, you should be able to see that. MU, call sweep, Broadcom almost coming in. So what are some of the AI trades for today? Okay, TLT. All right. So why is AI giving us a TLT call idea? Okay, why would it give us a TLT call idea? It has to do with the relationship between TLT and the indexes. UNH 320, 60% confidence, 79% confidence. So this must be a bounce off support. USO, so bounce off support. We know oil is getting sold off. Okay, so do your due diligence. APLD, 57%. 64% PDD. Google 70%. I think that belief came in yesterday. Okay, that came in today. Maybe stopped out, maybe back to break even, depends on the approach. TQQ. Okay, that came in yesterday. Volume, look at the volume. Okay, we're at 7-Eleven. We're at 7-Eleven. And I'm not talking about the convenience store. 7-Eleven. Wow. Apple. Yep, Apple, that was nice. Nice catch. That took some time to break. Once it did break, beautiful catch. Hussein, 90% Tesla, done for the day. Beautiful job. IWM runner 103, done for the day. Done for the week. We got the best team, guys. All right, we got the best team. And the Tesla's out of here. This is astronomical. Let's see what our friends at CNBC have to say. Okay. Let's see what our friends at CNBC have to say. Yeah, they're going to downplay it, right? They're going to just be... let's talk about something else. Yeah, absolutely. If you don't feel comfortable taking the trade, that's a great point you bring up. Okay. If you don't feel or comfortable taking any trades, you don't see your setups, right? Do not let anything move you off of that position. All right. If it doesn't make sense to you, then that means it doesn't make sense at all. So make sure you stick to your system. Okay, I know that the danger now becomes everything's starting to move. People are catching different trades with their system, and you try to take a trade outside of your system. All right, that's the danger. So sticking to your system and not taking any trades is better than taking a trade outside of your system and winning in the long run. Short run, of course, we all want to win. But long run, that's an upvote for you because you're following your system. Okay, so very, very important. Apple is out here as well. The Strait of Hormuz has been opened. Yep. Thank you for the update, Calvin. Let's take a look at marine traffic. Hormuz is open. All right, so we've got a lot of ships that are probably looking to cross. So we'll check back. We'll check back on this. But what I'm going to do is in today's recap, guys, I'm going to take a screenshot of this because we don't have any context. We don't have any reference. It's not like I've been paying attention to Strait of Hormuz 12 months before Strait of Hormuz. All right, 99% of people had no idea what the Strait of Hormuz was, let alone what it is. All right, so to get some context, what I'll do is, okay, we'll take a screenshot of this, okay, with our market recap for today, and we'll take a screenshot for the next few days to see, okay, for a point of reference, for our own data collection purposes, to see how filled it gets. All right? So supposedly these are the ships that need to pass. Okay, these are all the ships with their GPS on. There's nowhere to go. The only ship right now I think it's zoomed too far in. The only ships we got here got one right here. 3 minutes ago. Okay, we have a few ships. It looks like a cruise ship to me. So it looks like a cruise ship is going through as well. A passenger vessel. Right. If a passenger vessel is about to go through, that means we're good to go. All right. If a passenger vessel is about to go through, all right, that means we're good to go. So we're struggling at the 7-Eleven. Close call 40%. Beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Done for the week. I've been green every day this week. First time in my trading career. That is amazing, amazing to hear. So again, for those of you who are seeing green, you hit the goal. The goal is to see your green week. Okay, so now you have the framework. Okay, you know how to get the job done. So over the weekend, rinse, repeat, refine some things. Look for things to tweak. Look for things to improve. Biggest danger if you're green all week, 2 weeks, multiple weeks, is riding on a high. All right, and then now thinking we're bigger than our system. So it's always good to dial ourselves back in, go through our process, stick to the process, and look to do the same thing next week, trade by trade, day by day, and letting the probabilities play out. So tremendous job, Hussein. That is awesome to hear. 40% on for Firefly, beautiful, beautiful. 90% Tesla, 103%, 45%. Okay, there goes the 7-Eleven drop. Targeting that 9 EMA. Wouldn't want to be on a yeah, me either. So I don't know what kind of cruise ship that is. Right? Right. I wouldn't take that ride for free. It can be all inclusive, whatever you want, but I'm not taking that ride. I'm not taking that for free. Cruising through the Strait of Hormuz. I'm actually surprised to see a cruise ship. Best week I had in a while. Thank you, G. I have shown me the holes in my game. You don't know what? You don't know absolutely. Absolutely. By design technology, God bless you too. All right, so over the weekend, you guys know the system. For those of you who are new, at least if you can, take 24 hours away from the chart. Okay? Getting deep in the charts for 12, 16 hours over the weekend is not going to serve you any good. I promise you that. All right? Because you're going to get diminishing returns. All right? Take some time away from it. Reset, recalibrate, go through your journal. Look for one thing to improve, regardless if you're green, regardless if you're break even, regardless if you're red. And then on Sunday, okay, we'll reconvene. You can start to do your technicals on Sunday night. Futures market is open. Give it about an hour, 2 hours of your own, maybe an hour. All right? The more proficient you become, the more efficient you become. So it doesn't take a lot of time. In the beginning, for me, it would take me lots and lots of time. To prepare for the pre-market, I'd have to wake up 5 a.m. Right? And what I noticed is I was leaving a lot in the pre-market. And by the time trading came in, I was exhausted. So I had to become more efficient. All right? So when the market is closed, we just have to just be more focused on refilling ourselves. Not becoming more technical. Refilling ourselves, refilling our mind, recharging our mind. Okay? And then getting ready for war. You can't practice war. War is war. There's no practice. You can simulate it, of course, if you're still in the beginning phases, because we need to be sharp next week. We need to be even sharper next week. All right, now, because we're headed towards FOMC. After this week, we have a handful of catalysts coming up. This week, we didn't have many catalysts. So the market didn't have anything to really trip over. Next week, we have core retail sales. We have, again, light week next week as well. Fed Chair Powell Warsh testifies. All right, replacement coming in. Okay. And next week, we have decision. All right, so biggest danger at this time, guys, is donating your profits back to the market. You work way too hard, spend way too much time, to take any reckless trades at this point. So if you're done for the week, congratulations, tremendous job. Wow, look at that, guys. First green week I started. Congratulations, dirty red. All right, so you proved to yourself, okay, that is doable. All right, so now your brain is convinced. All you need to do now is rinse, repeat, okay? Rinse, repeat, refine. Rinse, repeat, refine. Refine, rinse, repeat, I should say. So tremendous job, guys. Yep, absolutely. So if you want to take your proceeds, yep, Bitcoin 80K, I was thinking this weekend. But again, now that there's an appetite for risk, okay, there's an appetite for risk. 2 weeks ago, everyone was trembling. When there's an appetite for risk, you want to start playing defense. All right. When everyone is trembling, you want to look to play offense. Today is the second day. Beautiful. Yep. So if you want to use your proceeds, get ShockWave, join the community. All right. It's one of those rare programs where you're in the community for free, essentially. Beautiful job, Firefly. A way to bounce back. Great job on the week. All right. So that's back-to-back weeks, multiple weeks. All right, I'm going to take a quick coffee refill break, guys. Let's take a listen to CNBC. If we get to 150 likes, we'll do the giveaway. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure to share. At some point in time, you were not aware of our channel. We've been doing this now for a year straight. This is day 70. Let me see. 72, I believe. Okay, day 73. Okay. Day 73 this year, God willing, we get to 252 every single day. All right, we just take it one day at a time because I want to lay the blueprint out. Okay, so if you're just joining, make sure to like. There are some traders who are looking for content like this. Okay, so make sure to do your part because someone did their part to get you on the stream. And like and subscribe. Seventy-three days this year. Trading days. So out of the 252, we're at 73. All right, so there's still a long way to go. All right, but you still have a chance to course correct. All right, if you're building good momentum, okay, try to build that good momentum into 100 days. All right, and then now just maintaining, refine, okay, rinse, repeat. Stock market rally, oil falls, Iran declares Strait of Hormuz open during Israel-Lebanon ceasefire. All right, so now let's see how we interact with the 7-Eleven. So by the time they announce the Strait open, big money. The whales already made billions, if not trillions of dollars. And you and I are left with what? Market all-time highs. Okay? That's why you have to take advantage of the opportunities. If you're a day trader, all right, nothing really changes on our end. But bigger picture thinking, long-term, catalysts like Hormuz, catalysts like the conflict that we did see. Okay, without being insensitive to the situation, just speaking on it from a market perspective, that's what those where the opportunities are. And look at that rejection off that 7-Eleven, right? The algos have never been here before. Buyers have never been here before. So now price discovery starts kicking in. 100%. Shenanigans. Time to wrap up. Okay, time to wrap it up here. Okay, so let's take a listen to CNBC, and I'll be right back on the other side with coffee refill. And then if we get to 150, we'll do the giveaway. We're currently at 92. Okay, be right back.
Sarah, and people are saying that we're going to have to actually start to see resumption of flows through the strait. Bob McNally from Rapidan Energy telling me that this could more likely just be another head fake, even though the market is clearly pricing this as a big breakthrough that might not necessarily come to fruition. But I think also once we do get a resumption of traffic, I think there will be a rethinking about what energy security looks like going forward, and we're probably going to see more pipelines being built. Maybe we'll see some more refineries come online, given that we have seen places like Australia be especially tight for fuel, including for diesel, which is the backbone of their mining industry. So I think that even once flows start to resume, the Strait of Hormuz is not going to handle the same type of traffic it did before, because now people are going to be looking for alternative routes. And then what does that mean in terms of the price of oil? And if you are spending a lot more, if you are becoming more capital intensive and building more infrastructure, including pipelines, what does that mean for what the price of oil needs to look like? So it's going to be, for lack of better words, kind of a whole new world for energy looking forward, just given how large the disruption has been and how Iran has shown that they can effectively block the strait.
Yeah. And of course, Pippa, this price relief we're seeing, as would be expected, is being more pronounced on the short end on the near-term contracts. So looking at, December WTI, it's down more like 6-7% from yesterday, and still in that $70 or above $70 a barrel area. So I guess we have to watch that to see what the trend is shaping up as.
Yeah, we definitely need to watch the curve. And then I think the other point is that there is going to be a need to refill all this inventories, longer term. If you look at the SPR swap that was agreed to, that is going to be refilled at 120%. And so that does create more demand longer term. We had that, historic 400 million barrel release by IEA parties. And now a lot of oil has come out of storage, and we've seen OECD stocks fall. And so that will need to be refilled. And then there also might be a move by governments to not only refill them, but to increase those levels, given we've seen what kind of impact this can have. And so countries looking forward are not going to want to be in this position again. And so, to what extent that creates a longer term demand profile, then we could see that higher for longer scenario for prices.
Okay, thank you, Pippa. Pippa Stevens. For more on how investors should be thinking about the latest developments in Iran, let's bring in DWS Group America CIO David Bianco. Welcome back. It's good to have you.
Great Friday morning.
Yeah, great Friday morning for the market as well. Does it make you change your outlook on any particular group or earnings or the economy or anything?
Let's start by acknowledging great news. Great news for America, great news for investors this week, and a big, big thanks to our military. Our thinking while we look at this news is the S&P 500's rallied on the idea that the U.S. is winning. And while that's not a certainty, that does look like the path that things are on. The S&P 500's over 7,000. We could quibble whether that's a little rich given the risks that are still out there. However, we're trying to focus on what industries. I know those are looking at consumer, and they're running away from the energy stocks now, and we've been underweight.
Airlines are at the top of the list.
But yeah, things like airlines and transports and consumer stocks are having a great Friday. But we would argue that financials, technology, even healthcare, electric utilities are still where the secular strength is, even where some of the benefits were even during the conflict, like utilities. And I think that's what you should stick with through the summer and into the end of the year.
It's been an interesting dynamic. The market, as usual, kind of got ahead of the headlines to a fair degree. The market was treating this as at least the peak of uncertainty was behind. The de-escalatory momentum was likely to kick in. Now we have confirmation of that.
Right.
And so, but what it did to get up to this point, this 10-12% rally even before today, was go back to the AI infrastructure stocks, the power industrials, all the adjacent CapEx related trades, and now we're getting a little more of a flush into the stuff that, as you mentioned, economically cyclicals. But we're also seeing just risk appetites have a dam break, right? It felt like people were left behind, feeling like they had too little risk on, and now a lot of the speculative stuff is running and the high beta.
Always a dip to buy, apparently. But as you said, sticking with fundamental strength through thick or thin makes sense. The data center, the AI trade was so strong. We had 20%.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, so again, continues to chop around there. We know potential another flag back onto all-time highs. All right, let's see if that takes place. Am I interested in that? No, I really enjoy your content. Was wondering if you talk more about your WAP package. Absolutely. So let's go through that real quick. I know a lot of you are interested in joining, so let's take some time, 2 minutes, to briefly cover what we have to offer. Of course, the live stream is always for free. There's a delay. There's a couple of ads you need to deal with, but that is a small price to pay. All you have to do is spend your most precious time watching. All right, so pay attention. That's it. But if you want to elevate your experience, if you want to take your trade to the next level, join our community. A lot of our members, right, they're starting to find success not because of the trade ideas, not because of anything different I'm doing, is because they're taking advantage of the tools, the resources. They're sticking to their plan, and our community is allowing them to bring their best foot forward, right? And that's the kind of environment we're cultivating. So if you do want to join our community, the community tab is on the site. You click the community tab. Once you do join, you have access to all these features. That includes the full access to our Discord, full access to the live trading screen share, ad-free, delay-free, pre-market prep stream. So every morning we get together at 9 a.m. before market open to go over the plan for the day. We go over levels, we go over scenarios. You get access to the extended trading coverage. I leave my screens on to the end of the day. So you have access to that so you don't miss a beat, along with those key level interactions as well. High win rate ideas. Today took 2 trades. Both trades worked in our favor. Of course, SPY went parabolic, but that's the nature of trading sometimes. As long as you have something to show for it, that's what matters. AI-based trading ideas and alerts. A lot of our traders have been using that as a supplement as well. You have flow, right? Options flow. You have access to that. A beginner's course, 2,000 plus hours of live trading videos, webinar videos, and past streams as well. My ebook, 24/7 stock market newsfeed, automated technicals, my watch list, day trade, swing trade setups, serious supportive community filled with dedicated traders, and of course, expanding tools and resources being added. Every month I look to add something. Every quarter I look to add something. So that's what you get access to. So $69 a month. All right. Very, very absolute steal. Very, very undervalued. All right. Very undervalued. It's like buying Apple in 2000. All right. And of course, use the code April. April is the code. You save 15%. So we're only taking in 20 students at a time. 20 students at a time. All right. We want to grow this as sustainably as possible. All right. And the wall is going to continue to get higher. Okay. So the more students continue to come in, all right, eventually it's going to be closed off and it's going to be based on just enrollment. Okay. So again, get in. We're still on our infancy. Take advantage. If you want to do the yearly plan, $46 a month. $46 a month. That equals to about $526 one-time payment, 12-month access. If you are interested in yearly for today, I made that offer to the people in our community. If you're interested in the yearly for today, okay, that offer will be available to our strikers for the rest of the month. But anyone on YouTube who's ready to lock in for the year, okay, if you want to lock in for the month, use the code for the year. Okay, make sure to say me in the chat, and I'll give you the code for the $399 bundle. Okay, so just let me know. All right, so those are the ways. Those are the plans. That's how you access it. Everything is available there. And of course, ShockWave 15, the system that we've been using for the past few weeks. Notice how patience has increased. Notice how setup quality has increased. Notice how the frequency of the high win rate ideas has increased is because ShockWave. All right, so it does a lot of the heavy lifting for you as a trader. It does a heavy lifting for me as well. Okay, and at least bring some opportunities to the table, to the forefront that you can trade. All right, and that's available as well. That's on Early Bird Special. So Early Bird Special on ShockWave. Make sure to take advantage of that. You can do that by scanning the codes on the screen. I think I have some codes there. Okay, so let me drop the link for you. So this is going to be valid for today. Strikers, you have access to this until the end of the year. All right, so let me know if that answers your question, Stephen. There's a link to the yearly, 12 months access. One-time payment, you're billed every 12 months. You get 4 free months. And this is the old price. So it's no longer $399. It's $526. Even that, absolute steal. Okay. Okay, let's take a look. Let me get caught up in the chat. Let me get caught up. Shenanigans. Have a question. If you take too many trades in a day, can you be flagged? Yeah, if it's margin, yeah. So margin, what Neon said, yes. A cash account on options, you should be just a cash account on options. You can take as many trades as your capital. So until you run out of capital. Switch recently, I was able to get flagged. I believe the recent changes, but to double check quick, I used to be 25, 5 years. That's a margin account, yeah. Yeah, cash account is good. All right, the margin accounts are usually because stocks take a longer time to settle, right? When you don't have PDT. Okay, so the link is there, guys, for Summit and Brad. Okay, the link is right there to join the yearly. Who's done for the week? Looks like a lot of our traders are done for the day. Beautiful job, B, and great job on being patient. Yeah, they were many months ago. I think top of the year, might have been like in December or January, and it was for May. I believe it was for May. It was big news. One day was big news. Some of those names were rallying. Right. That was the news of the day. Absolutely. The ones who took no trades, tremendous job. Okay. Staying disciplined and sticking to your guns is very important as well. That's a win. That's a victory. All right. Obviously, the 5-minute EMA, that's holding up. Downward compression. Only issue is if we do get that break, it's into all-time highs. All right, how many all-time highs can we make? So far, SPY's on the three-peat. So 3 consecutive days. All right, can SPY pull a MJ, go a 6-peat? Or does it do a MJ 3 consecutive days, take the weekend off, retire, and then 3 consecutive days again? Go for a 6-peat. It's not on MJ level yet. So if you want to buy the course alone, there's a couple of ways to buy the course. The course bundle is available. Okay, you can buy that on its own. The course bundle is what you have access to. Okay, that's $99. But if you join the community, the hack is if you join the community, it comes with the course bundle. All right, so I'm incentivizing people to join the community. All right, that's $69. So you choose. You can buy it outright. You have it for lifetime access, or you can jump in the community and you have access to all the course material. It also comes with your yearly plan as well. So yearly plan, those of you who did purchase, keep in mind, it comes with a boot camp ticket and a coaching call. So anytime you need coaching, think of it as a lifeline, all right? If you guys remember the old show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Remember that? Right, you had a lifeline. All right, so that coaching call is courtesy. If you need help with something, setting something up, I have a question about something technical, maybe a psychology, something you're experiencing, and you need someone to express those things to and get insights from, that's what the coaching call is for. Yeah, so if you're already in, if you're on the yearly, if you're already in, the course material is going to be in the education tab. If you go to day trading course, and I will post all the recordings. This is one of them. I'll post all of them. So the material is the same, but the way I approach the material on each of them is a little different, right? And on each of them, I use a different setup. So each of them, I share my 3 setups. So I did 4 of these boot camps, and for each of those 4 boot camps, I shared different setups. So between those 4 boot camps, there's probably, I would say, upwards of 6 to 9 setups that I do share. Bootcamp by itself, the bootcamp was not available yet, so it will be $99. Right, it's not available yet. It's not available yet, so there's no way to sign up yet, but it is upcoming. Everything's on the site. Everything's on the site, smartactiontrain.com. Everything's available there. So we hit 101 likes. 150, let's get it done. We'll do the giveaway for the course. Speaking of the course. 7-Eleven. Nice little double top off 7-Eleven. Starting to push a little lower. See if we can come into this area. And you know what? On that note, I will be done for the week. Okay, so by the time it's Friday, getting close to 12, right? Mentally, you gave it everything you had. All right, so there's nothing else to give, and you don't want to push when there's nothing to push. So done for the week. We'll do the end of week poll, guys. Again, before you do wrap up, before you do jump off stream, put in the chat one thing you're looking to improve and one thing you did well. One thing you're looking to improve and one thing you did well. Okay? Regardless of if this is your best week, if this was a subpar week, or if this is your worst week. That's one thing we all have in common. Okay, that we can all get better. If you're new, you can join the community, take the course, immerse yourself in our resources. Okay, very beginner friendly. Brenda. Entry, stops, losses. Improve entry, stop, and patience. Okay, so Summit, you should follow the instruction in WAP and you should have access. Okay, I do see your purchase. Okay. All right, so one thing you did well, one thing you're looking to improve. And I'll start. Okay, so one thing I did well is patience. Execution was good this week. Risk management is always something I'm not going to willing to compromise. That's always my one non-negotiable. So that's not up for debate, regardless how things go. So I like the patience exercise this week. One thing I'm looking to improve is, of course, not getting too caught up on the individual tickers themselves. They're still taking the quality setups, right, and giving the names that are looking clean on the higher time frame a little room to run with some runners. All right, so that's just runner management is what I'm looking to improve. Okay, runner management doesn't have to be a dramatic improvement, but just a slight improvement can really add a little bit more icing on the cake. Outside of that, structurally, I like the approach this week. All right, and we do this every week, guys. Every week we've been doing this. All right. Anyone else want to share? improve my entries, and to hold trades longer. Showing up, absolutely showing up. Yep, showing up is critical. That within itself was a win. Okay. You could have chose to do anything else. Especially in this short form content driven environment. Right? Our content is long form. All right. It's a long stream. It takes time to set up, takes time to develop. So there's nothing microwave. So it's anti this new environment. So again, great job on showing up. One of the best abilities is availability, right? So you have to be available. It's a very underrated skill. Very underrated skill. And for those of you who did join, if you're having a hard time finding the Discord, all right, once you join through WAP, you log in through WAP, you create an account, it's going to lead you to a page like this in WAP, which is a third-party app, all right? And then you're going to see these tabs when you're a striker, all right? The Welcome tab, the SPY Striker Discord tab, you want to click this Striker Apex Discord. Once you click that, all right, it will send you to a link to claim access to the Discord, and everything's automatic. All right, the day trading course is there. The course bundle is there, of course. The live trading link, I post a link there as well. But if you want that link consistently, sometimes there's a tendency that I can forget to post it there from time to time. But the link will be posted every day in the Discord, and of course the private chat if you have any questions in there. All right, so that's how you join. For those of you who did join, who are having a hard time. Yes, the name of the Discord is Smart Action Trading. No, you don't join. Once you make the purchase, it automatically sends you through WAP to access the Discord. So there's nothing you need to do on YouTube. Have to hold winners. Got to be better at patience besides with winners. Okay. Right, and you don't want to over-index on holding winners, because holding winners would have compensated you more this week. Because next week, there's a chance that runners don't run. And if you over-index for holding winners, you can give some profits back. Okay? So that is, it's a fine line. It's a fine line. It's an art. I would say it's an art more than it is. The more you do it, it becomes more like an art than a science. Okay, I think everyone's waiting for that 710. I keep saying 6. I have to get used to the 7s. All right, so you don't want to over-index on that too much, but just it's a fine line. Our best protocol is take profits regularly, pay the trader regularly for safety reasons. All right, so you don't want to walk away empty-handed. At least have something to show for it, base case. All right, it's better to have FOMO and have something to show for it, okay, than try to catch the entire move and lose big in pursuing that endeavor. At least in my opinion, the way I see it, okay? That's subjective, right? That's when the subjectivity of trading comes in. There's multiple approaches, all right? Whatever your approach is, just refine it. There's multiple approaches. Green is green. For the first 3 days, anytime I saw a $20 profit, I would take it. Some of those trades I would have done 20%, 200%, but after burn 10K, I just need a solid 100%. Okay, so in the beginning, okay, you're just rebuilding that confidence B. Okay, so tremendous job. right? Rebuilding the confidence, rebuilding. All right, so tremendous job on doing that and just having that muscle memory to take profit. All right, if you're doing this for the long term, you need to take profits regularly. All right, build that base back up. Boot camp, we're shooting for last Saturday this month or possibly first Saturday of May. I don't have an official date. All right, but it's gonna be awesome. I'll let you guys know. Okay, welcome. Sumit. So no, I didn't take any trades since the first two trades. Usually I like to take those trades during, especially on today's Friday. All right, between 9:30, between the open. I've really been trying to focus on locking in during that first hour. Locking in during that first hour. Okay. I see that you did that, Riri. So the ones who are in the community already who did upgrade to yearly, okay, you can go ahead and cancel your monthly. Unless you want to keep it, okay, that's your choice, but you can cancel your monthly. So you don't get billed every month, okay? Do we get that break? I'm done for the week. Done for the week. Who else is done for the week? Let's do the end of the week poll here, team. End of the week poll. Okay, there we go. Downward compression. Does that push us back into all-time highs? VIX going south. Q's going north. Q's made another all-time high. Okay, we're a few points away from all-time high. 711.34 is all-time high. 711.34. So if you're still in the chat, let's do the weekly poll. At 7-Eleven. Okay, we keep getting stopped at that 7-Eleven. I'll leave that up for 24 hours. So let us know what you did on the week, guys. Completely voluntary, but it gives us a feel of how the team performed. So we all have the same task ahead of us, okay? Review, reassess, refine, just rinse and repeat coming to next week. And don't forget to leave, if you've been in the community for more than a week, leave some reviews on WAP if you can. Absolutely. Real quiet. Yeah, so ShockWave, I'm going to be playing the webinar recording. Keep in mind, the webinar recording, I'll play it on YouTube this Saturday. All right, so it's not live. All right, so it may seem like it's live, but it's not live. I'm going to give you that disclaimer because I don't want to tell you something is live when it's not. I'll just play the replay because I can't host that webinar this weekend. So that webinar is a replay of not the one we did in our private. Okay, that one is a little more detailed, but this webinar is one from last week. Okay, I'll play the replay on YouTube. That's going to be there for you guys to watch who are interested in ShockWave. All right. Tremendous job, real quiet. this week. Yep, I let the math. And we'll run the stream today till 12:30. Enjoy the sun, guys. The weather's nice and warm, at least where I am. Now get outside. I know we spend a lot of time behind the screens. Also important to get outside. Yeah, I'll drop the link in the Discord, and I'll also play it on YouTube tomorrow. Probably will be a premiere, probably 12 o'clock. All right, we have a lot of inquiries on ShockWave, so that'll be a great way for some people to have some clarity. All-time highs, almost 34. So that's a nice little break. That's a nice little break. You too, Rita. Have a great week. Remember the rule, guys. Spend at least 12 hours. If you can, 24 hours away from the charts. Right? But at minimum 12 hours. From the time you close out, the time you log out of the brokerage, that clock starts. All right? I challenge you to spend at least 12 hours away from the charts. All right? 24 hours at least, that would be ideal, but to start, 12 hours. All right? You get to be human again. Okay? It's almost like you can't be a human to trade. All right, so stocks after dark, Sunday. I'll let you guys know between 7:30 or 8:30. That will also be recorded. So the recording has been posted from last week. At the time we come together, if you have any chart requests, if you have anything to share, you can share your ideas at that time. Any Q&A, we'll go over the action that took place this week, this historic week in the market. We'll look at some things we can prepare for next week. We'll highlight some ideas, some opportunities, get some Q&A, and prepare for the upcoming week. Let's take a listen to our friends here. So triple top, we made an all-time high right here, and then topped out, kind of grabbed that high, and now pushing back lower. So it's just chopping around between that 711 and 710. So who wants it more? Okay. Who wants it more? And look at that YouTube number, guys. Look at this YouTube number. Okay, this is a poll, but weekly performance, 73% of people on YouTube are green. Okay, 18% red, 9%, that's 100 plus votes. So we'll take it at face value. All right, this week was designed to wipe a lot of traders out. So if you thrived, IRGC affiliate media, Iran armed forces to oversee ship movement through the Strait of Hormuz. Good luck if you're on the cruise. Okay, cruise through the Hormuz. Cruise through the Hormuz. Cruise through the Hormuz. You too, Jose. Have a great one. Great job, Wise. Have a good one. All right, so that's funny how we see a cruise ship. That's the cruise to the Hormuz. Yeah, that's the last thing I'm looking at. The last thing I would do. Yeah, I have a huge respect for large bodies of water. Right? Huge, huge respect. I like to. I'm a land creature. No cruise. No, no, no. I like to keep the 10 toes on the ground. 10 toes on the ground. See if that 711 can be respected. Push into all-time highs. If we start to slow down, of course, we're at resistance there. All right, triple top. We did grab a second shift highs. Oh, thank you, Iranian Cruise. First through it, and it's us. Yeah, I mean, it looks like I'm making something up, right? It's like, why would a cruise ship be going through the Hormuz? So it's actually factual, guys. For those of you who are just jumping on YouTube, where is that cruise ship? I believe it's here. Was it this one? No. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? No. No. Here we go. This is it. Oman Gulf, 6 minutes ago. Where is it going to? Okay, it's going all the way here. Muscat. That's where it's going to. Beautiful catch, Doctor. On that triple top. Wow, look at that, guys. Even with my missed entries this morning, this week trading with you in the group has been the best set of trades since I've started trading. Beautiful job, Cooper. That's phenomenal to hear, guys. For those of you who are finally starting to catch your stride, okay, continue to do the things. You know that you can do it now. It is doable. Okay, now it's really time to dial in. Really time to dial in. Make those refinements. Continue to look for your setups. Keep risk management at the top of your mind. Right? Because in the beginning, it doesn't make sense. Right? We're so accustomed to catching the big trade, make or break, discounting the small TPs, and taking massive losses. All right, so your brain just needs to see it to believe it and have that systematic approach. So again, if you're just getting over that hump, all right, it's amazing to hear. Now you know that is doable. Okay, so just continue to do it, continue to refine. You got the ingredients. You got the ingredients. It's within you. Now you got to just bake that cake, bake that same cake in a different oven. All right, so every week it's a different oven. The recipe's there. You got the recipe. Okay, it's 6:10, so we're jammed between 6:10 and jammed between 7:10. Okay, 7:10. 7:10 and 6:10. And for those of you guys, if you're ready, testimonials, put your testimonials in the chat as well. So all the things that you typed out, you can just copy it and put it in the testimonial tab. Our testimonial tab is right here. Okay, so member introduction, and testimonial here. All right. Because your story, your progress can help someone else. It can help someone else. Right? Celestial Discovery. That's a ironic name. So, I mean, if a cruise ship is going by, I mean, the coast is clear. Now, God forbid that cruise ship does get hit or something happens to that cruise ship, then that'll be breaking news. Okay? That'll be a different story. Let's get to 150 likes before 12 o'clock. Latest 12:30. We'll do the giveaway. And we'll look to wrap up, guys. It's been a long week. As always, it's a privilege to go to battle with everyone on YouTube. Of course, our team members. We show up every day. We put our best foot forward. And we try to tackle the markets. It's not easy. We just try to counter every move it makes and respond accordingly. And this week has been a great week. And we'll see what next week has in store. We'll see what next week has in store. As far as individual names are concerned, Tesla did eventually take off. Apple took off. That was the latest one to go. Nvidia's starting to go once again. Nvidia did break out, stopped, scale out, just before that PMH. Google trying to take off, did hit TP1 immediately, starting to bounce once again. More than likely, this push above this resistance here can help those names who are struggling at resistance. Tesla continues to push, 90-day retest on Tesla. AMD still inside that range. We did see ExxonMobil fall off a cliff, scale out, starting to bounce off those lows. Microsoft potentially coming back to that VWAP right there. So Microsoft 427.07 territory, keep a close eye. Microsoft hit 2 TPs. All right, there was one name in this entire thing to add to long term, and that was Microsoft. Okay, that was one name you don't want to count out. Especially Microsoft off that 200 EMA on the weekly. And right, long term, that's as good as it gets. That's as good as it gets. Do we break or do we reject? Breakout or break down? Breakout or break down here. If we break out, we make another push. Let's see, I go to Microsoft. Look at this, guys. This is just... This is how you know we're in a bull market. To get down 10%, it took us, again, 42 days, 42 trading days, all right, and about 61 total days. Okay, 42 trading days. If you divide that by 5 days, let's exclude holidays. Okay, that's about 8.5 weeks. Okay, to get to minus 9% and some change, close to 10%. And it takes us 13 days, including today. Okay, and we're up 82 points, 13%. So in bull markets, anytime there's a significant pullback, 5, 10, 15%, right? The buy up is very, very fast. It's a quick buy up. So we don't linger there for a long period of time. It seemed like it was a long period of time, but it wasn't. The point I was trying to illustrate with Microsoft. Okay. Microsoft at that 200. It doesn't get better than that, guys. Okay. Microsoft off that 200. And that's already up close to 30 bucks. Off the very lows, all right? You don't need to catch the low if it's a long term. All right? Anything below 390. If you're able to get 350, sweet spot, but 390 and below, Microsoft is already flying. Okay. SoFi. $200. Weekly 200. Well, they cracked 20. Okay, weekly 200 came to the rescue on a lot of names. Mags. Remember what you said, Mags? Mags was down. Magnificent 7 was down. It was in bear market territory. And we did our analysis during that time. Mags were down correction territory. Okay, they were down 15% of 14%. Now they're up 25%. This is the Mags. So they're about to hit all-time high. Magnificent 7. SMH, we know SMH already took off. Okay? Semiconductor already took off. So this is where we were a few weeks ago, if you recall. So we mapped it out. So at the time we did this, DIA SPY was about to hit 10%. DIA was down 10%. IWM was down more than 10%. So the path that we said for us to recover is what? Okay, the MAGS, XLK, SMH. We're going to have to rotate into these names. And the first thing we did was get into SMH flu. Okay, that influenced XLK, that influenced MAGS. Now the last piece is, because now that AI trade has come back, when semiconductors moved, okay, software names. Software sector completely collapsed. Where's my measuring tool? Okay, so now software names, they were down 36%. Software names were in a bear market. Okay, close to 40%. And then now software is picking up. Look where it lands. And we talked about this stocks after dark on Sunday. So software names are starting to rally. Okay. So now AI names took off as it pertains to semiconductors. Memory names took off first. And now everything else is trailing in. Mega cap tech names, Mag 7, starting to go. We know that circular economy. Okay. And now the last piece of the puzzle. Okay, software names. Let's see if they can take off because they got beat up the hardest. Okay, so when you think of software names, you got to think of companies like Microsoft, Palantir, Oracle, Salesforce is in there. I think they have a couple of Adobe should be in there, ServiceNow should be in there, and CrowdStrike as well. All right, but their biggest holding is Microsoft. Okay. And this is a great ETF. Oh, it's taking forever to load, but so you can see the breakdown, the distribution, or the pie. Here we go. Okay. So actually, Oracle is the biggest holding. Oracle, Microsoft, Palantir, Salesforce. So all these. So you get this ETF, you have exposure to all those names. Even pretty solid distribution. So what's really lifting us up in this category is Oracle and Microsoft, of course, Palantir. Okay, let's take a look at RCL. Look at that, weekly 200. Okay, came right to it. All right, and last week's price is not today's price. It's a different price. So if we continue to push higher, we'll have to look for the laggards. And the laggards can possibly be software. Semis continue to go. Mega cap about to hit all-time highs. The software names, they have a little more room to run. And of course now, if it's a risk on, those crypto-related names. Okay, the crypto proxies. It's either that or wait for the names that ran up to pull back. It's either you go to the leaders, wait for the leaders to pull back, or play the laggards if the leaders continue to lead. Okay. Yeah, earnings also next week. All right, so we're in earnings season. So the only thing that can drop us lower is bad earnings season. Okay, Iran market already digested that. How do we know? Okay, because the market is already past all-time highs. crude falling off a cliff, returning to some areas of normalcy. Yeah, so low volume, that entire push is low volume. Right, so volume is number of buyers or sellers. So even if it's low volume, as long as there's more buyers and sellers, it can make it go higher. Or maybe the buyers, when it's low volume, they're buying, right, bigger buys. All right, so that's 711, that resistance here, that support here, that's where we are. Back and forth in that territory. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. 150 likes for the giveaway. Make sure to subscribe. Our goal today for subs. Let's see if we can cross that 4,775. If we can cross that, that'd be great. Let's take a look at the volume. Okay, we'll pull up the volume for the past 10 days and take a look at it. All right, so we know this run-up has been the past 14 days, so we have to take that 14 days and see. We'll just look at it from a simple standpoint. All right. You can look at it through Yahoo Finance. You can look at it through a lot of different free resources. I'll pull it up here for you guys. Okay, here we go. Okay. So great tool, free tool is Yahoo Finance. So this SPY, ticker symbol SPY, this is the volume, okay, for the past, this is today, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. So we can see, especially in March was, look at the volume in March. So a lot of hundreds, 90s, 80s, and then it started to drop off in April. And let's just say the last 5 days, right? So we can see yesterday, 49 million, 58, 63, 54, 42, 57, 93. So we have not cracked above 100. And we still made that run up. Look how we were in March. Okay. The lowest we got in March, the lowest we've seen on March, okay, was, just eyeballing here, was 80.68, okay, March 11th. Everything else has been above 68, the highest we saw, okay. If we just do the highest and the lowest, just get an overall feel, was 163, all right. So we were averaging between that just to give us a nice little range. Okay. 163 and 68. So average is about 115. Okay. So just a rough estimate, very rough numbers. Now April we have not cracked above 100. Ever. We have not even cracked above. The highest we got in April was 93. All right, 93. So we have not even cracked above 100. We made this run up. And yes, and especially the past 4 days, right, we haven't even cracked above 70. 40s, 54, 63, 58, 49. And we're making moves like this. Okay, that just gives us a small feel. And right now, so far, the day is still early, about 33. So today we might end up, okay, unless we see some buyers stepping in late day, there's a possibility for us to end up below 50. Okay, below 50. So a low volume, grind higher, new all-time high made. Okay, see if this resistance breaks. I have one level above that. All right, the levels that I shared was unto 710, and then my last level I have is 712.82. If we hit 712.82, then that's it. But we'll have levels next week. Okay, we'll have more levels next week, regardless of where we open up. Okay. Yeah, Netflix. Yeah, Netflix said, good night. NFLX. Intraday scalp on Netflix. The upside again. IV untouchable. Netflix, we know the magic number on Netflix is 99. Okay, so earnings, Netflix, okay, beats on both sides, smashes earnings from EPS standpoint. That's okay for them to gap down because they got out of the 70s and 80s. Okay, so even with that gap down, they're still within striking distance of 100. If we take a look at volume per session, usually on average we have anywhere from 1.5, 2.5 during first shift. Right, I would say that's relatively normal. Okay, we're at 1.5. $1.1. Okay, so nothing too. When you start to see it get below 1.5, and we know the highest volume times are these 2 hours. We're at 1.1 there, and this shift is about to wrap up, and that's when we start to drop below 100 here. Okay, so you can see now we're at about 500K. Okay. And the interesting thing is low ATR. Low ATR. Okay, see if you can hold above that major resistance. Continue to push. 712 upon us. All right. There we go. Question is, can we hold above that level? Okay, can we hold above that level? To be honest, I'm checked out, so there's nothing for me to take, no trades to take, not even a lotto. I'll end up on a high. I'll close off on a high note. All right. Okay, if you're playing the mean reversion, you want that to break, get back below it. Targeting back to that some of those EMAs. Initially, see if you can clear that 711. Anyone do any props this week? So tremendous job, Gary. Any prop traders this week? So far, about 75% of our chat is green. All right, so one thing that green, yellow, and red all have in common is everyone is looking to make adjustments, improvements, okay? Everyone is making to look adjustments and improvements. We'll look to wrap up here at 12:30, guys. Today we're going to wrap it up a little early. I have a couple of things to attend to this afternoon. Yes, sir. 3 lucid accounts so far. Beautiful job, Rick. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Again, if you guys want to get active, all right, we do have the channel down here. All right, futures trading. Feel free, guys. All right, feel free to, if you trade sessions, Asia sessions, London sessions, okay, put out the back call here. So maybe some other traders will be there as well. All right. And if there's some demand for it on your end from our strikers, I don't mind firing up Asian session stream once a week. All right, maybe once every other week to kick things off. It just depends on the demand and what our traders are doing. All right. So all traders are welcome. I did see that they have a prop firm via options. I did see that. All right, that did come across my timeline, but I do have some logistical questions with that particular prop firm with the options. Meaning, I already know that the prop firm itself is going to make a difference is going to make a cut on the spreads. Right, just think of it like this: if you and I were to start a prop firm, options prop firm, all right, what is going to be our leading revenue generation source? Okay, so we already know that. Hey, you know what? People failing is what fuels the prop firms. All right, that's just business. That's just the reality of the situation. The more times someone fails, the longer they stay in business. If everyone simultaneously wins, they're bankrupt. They're out of business because they have to do payouts across the board. Right? So on the option side, a lot of firms are coming to that space. A, they can make money, of course, on the challenges. All right. B, you can also make some money on the spreads. Meaning, more than likely, if you can give yourself a buffer on the spreads, we already know the market makers get the spread. All right, make that spread even wider. There's a little bit of change you can pick up there as well. All right, so some logistical issues as a trader would be, right, especially if you're scalping. You know, if you're scalping, all right, entry and exit is key. Okay, so the number one question you have to ask yourself is how quickly can I enter a position, close a position, and how good is the fill? Because more than likely, when you're trading options through the prop firm, all right, there's a third party in the middle. Okay, typically, you guys know the relationship. You have your brokerage and you have your clearinghouse. So now what they'll probably do is they'll have something tied something in the middle, something between the broker and the time you execute through their platform. So now look how many steps there are for your order to get executed. Okay, so there's gonna be a demand for it. There's gonna be some demand for it. There's a market for those props via option. All right, I'll say it's better just to have a cash account if you ask me. But we'll see how that goes. London session too late, or even session Asian session, Sydney, Asia. Yeah, London. Yeah, it's late. And stop losses. All right, so make sure to play the game the right way if you're using those props. Okay. You're playing the game the right way. And don't fall into the trap of playing their game. Any questions, guys? Any questions, team? Any questions, folks on YouTube? It's been a long week, I know. You guys did tremendous. You guys show up every day. We have now close to 90 people showing up every single morning in the pre-market once we get started. So it's just awesome to see. And once we start to crack 100 regularly, then we're going to have to transition from Google Meets probably to Zoom, all right? The Discord is an option, but I don't like the fact that I can't record. So we'll probably jump over to Zoom. All right, so on your end, there's going to be no difference, but it's just a different link to click. Because I don't want to have any issues of our members not being able to get into the meetings or waiting to try to get in. And stop losses too. Yep, that's 100%. Okay, 100%. Okay. Grab those highs. See if we can reclaim that 6, 7, not 6. 7, 11. All right, so we're starting to push here. Here's a tip for all. Before you decide to take a trade, work out where you're going to place your stop, then place your order where your stop would be. London session is too late. Okay, I never tried Asian. So the less sessions, the better, Rick. So the less sessions, the better. The appeal with options is the appeal with futures, of course, is so many sessions to trade. All right, so more is not always better. I was up 39, overtraded to 14. Going to shut down the tablet. Have a good week. You too, James. So at least you still walk away with something, but good time to catch yourself from starting to spin. Yep, great diagram, S. Patel. So you'll see it on the futures. On the future side, you'll see it. So on the equity side, like SPY, you're not going to see. You'll see all that stuff post market. So the action is not going to be as clean. So think of pre-market, because the pre-market kicks off at 4 a.m. Think of that as a good chunk of London. Yeah, I like that diagram. So we are 27 likes away from the giveaway. Let's see if we can hit it. Let's see if we can hit that milestone and get the giveaway going. Done for the week. Thank you. Have a great week. You too. BT6305. Anyone else green for the week, guys? Tremendous job. If you're red, following your rules, don't be discouraged. Okay, next week. Because the biggest thing is, all right, you're doing the right things. You're following your rules. Okay, you're following your rules. You're doing the right things. You're showing up, but your setups are just not going. All right, so you go into the weekend, all right, and you're red. All right, so this is where the market starts to play the mind games. All right, you stuck to your plan. You did the right things. It just the opportunities weren't just favorable. They weren't favorable, but you stopped out at the right places. You took the right number of trades. You controlled everything you can control to the best of your ability, but didn't get the results you wanted. All right, so you have to start categorize this as a good week. Okay, because the market really tried to make you go on tilt, but you stayed grounded. Right? But what a lot of traders do is, hey, you know what? Since I was red, even though I did the right, I did the right things, it was just the probabilities didn't work in my favor. Let me go to my plan and adjust and change, modify my plan, and go see what else someone else is doing that's working. That's the biggest danger to the trader who's here. All right? You have to stick to this. All right? Just make small adjustments, small refinements to this. Sometimes the odds don't just work. They don't work in your favor. All right? So this is when you can get discouraged. But this is when it requires you to stick to your process. More than likely, if you do the same thing next week, all you're doing is you're giving yourself a chance. You're just giving yourself a chance, okay, to end up on the winning side. So you're showing up, you're doing the same things, you're managing, and then more likely than not, if you do that, the results, if they are the same, you still have to do the same thing. Okay, stick to the plan. If you're getting stopped out, you get stopped out. But eventually we'll start to course correct. And when the odds start to work in your favor, you can easily wipe out the losses you took here. Look at what losses you took previously that were the losses according to your plan within 1, 2, 3 days. As opposed to if you're winning every day, winning for multiple weeks, and you take this catastrophic loss, and that loss just wipes everything out. So it's the inverse. All right, so don't be discouraged. Okay, don't be discouraged. Continue to do the right things. Okay, continue. And eventually it will get you where you need to get to. That's what the system is. All right, the big danger is you're right there. It's like that. I like that meme. I'm pretty sure you guys know that meme. Okay. Right here. This essentially encapsulates what takes place when you're doing the right things consistently, but you're not getting the results right away. Because keep in mind, the results are a lagging indicator. They come after. The fruits are always lagging. Okay, here you go. Everyone's familiar with this meme. Okay, this guy. Okay? Doing the right thing, just doesn't see it yet. All right, but just bad example for the gambling part. I didn't see that part. All right, so disregard the gambling part and just take a look at the illustration. All right, so I'm not pro gambling. I'm anti gamble. All right, but I just took a random one from YouTube. All right, so again, eventually you'll get there. All right, I tell my kids all the time, or I tell my son all the time, the last place you want to stop is near the finish line. That's the easiest place for you to stop. Right? The last place you want to stop at anything is when you're getting close. That's when you're getting close to the end. When you're almost over the hump. Okay? That just seems like it's the time where, hey, you know what? I think let me just pack it in. I put up a good effort. Let me just pack it in. That's why I love that that John Jones quote. Okay, John Jones, to give you some context. All right, in the cage, one of the greatest combat sports athletes of all time, undefeated, whether you like it or not. He had a match with an upcoming guy, a controversial match. A lot of people said that he lost that match. A lot of people said that he won that match. But in that match, all right, it was very competitive, and he had a choice. He's an older fighter. The guy is coming after him. He's a younger fighter. I'm talking about Dominic Reyes. All right. And he had the choice to say, hey, you know what? It's time to pack it in. I had a good run. I'm going to be in the Hall of Fame. All these things are going through his mind, and he's expressing what he's feeling, of course, after the events. And then he automatically switched to, this is who I am, and I'm going to fight, and I'm going to take this person out. So you're going to have that, there's going to be that moment. All right, so the last place to stop is when you're very close to the finish line, and you're almost there, and it seems very easy. All right, you want to pack it up. It's not time to pack it up. It's actually, that's a sign you have to push even further. Okay, the best place to stop is the starting line. Don't even run the race. But if you're going to run the race, right, you have to cross the finish line. right? So as it pertains to trading, right, a lot of people say things are a marathon. Trading is an ultra marathon. It's beyond a marathon. All right, it's 3, 4, 5x marathons. So there's going to be moments where you're going to hit these walls. And what's going to help you get past that wall is the primary reason why you started. Okay? Keeping that why intact. Okay, keeping that why intact. Keeping that why at the forefront. Not from the standpoint of putting unnecessary pressure on yourself, but just to know, why are you even doing this? What is it for? Is it for yourself? Is it for your loved ones? Is it for what? It doesn't matter what it is. That's up to everyone. That's up to each individual. All right, that's why I love that. I love that quote. So that goes back to, again, if you're doing the right things, you feel like you're discouraged, you feel like you're getting stopped out, right? Accept that as a win. That's actually a good place to be. All right, that's actually a good place to be. 4 or 5 weeks from now, you'll say, hey, makes sense. That was a great place to be because I was disciplined. I stuck to it, and now the probabilities are starting to work in my favor, and I'm there for them. Okay, so very important to understand that. Okay, let's take a look at the chat. So we made another all-time high, guys. 7-11 bounce, another all-time high. AI warned me that I have to spend more time testing my strategies and not add more functionalities in the app that I'm building. Yeah, the app that you're building that you showed me last time, really, really cool. I like that. It depends on how much you have in your account. I lost 6K, it was like 90% when I got after 8 months. Now starting to understand. Apply to trading because I have noticed when my first learning I didn't apply because I focused too much on candles and all those methods of trading. Absolutely. Yeah, system. That's what it's going to come down to, right? System, and eventually, when you do have a system, trusting your system, building a relationship with your system, trusting it through and through. So the question becomes, how do you trust it? Okay, before you can trust it, you have to test it. All right, after you test it, you have to put it into practice, small scale. All right, whether it's simulation, whether it's a small amount of capital. And then over time, you start to build the trust. You're not going to trust any system right out the bat. That's a defense mechanism your brain has in place, right, for survival purposes. Okay. Bones is the goal. Yeah. I would agree. I can agree with that. Your truth, thanks for all that advice. What if you look swing, you hold till the date? No. So if I'm looking to take a swing, I'll try to get double the time on the swing. Right. If it's something within the week, maybe I won't follow that rule too much. If I'm looking for a move to take place, say I see something on Tuesday, I want that move to take place within the week. Context is key. Maybe I'll take the Friday contracts, Thursday contracts. But if it's a swing where I'm looking to hold for more than a week, then I'll probably apply the 2x rule. So you just go, if you're looking to hold for 1 week, at least get 2 weeks out at minimum. If you're looking to hold for 1 month, at least get 2 months out. Right? If I'm looking to sell, so I'm at least, if I'm looking to hold for a month, sell within a month and have the 2 month contracts. So I'm going to sell before the half-life of the contracts. And look at this thing. This thing continues to go, guys. 712. Okay. So that would be the that'd be a good rule to follow. So minimum double the time. To give yourself a chance. Okay, so far all-time highs on SPY, on the Qs. The Dow joined the party today. The IWM joined the party today. The Dow is still 505.30 is the magic number on the Dow. 505.30 is the magic number on the Dow. Nice bounce off 711. That last level that I have is 712.82. $712.82, which is insane to say. 14 days ago, 629. All right, there's a possibility within 20 days we can possibly be up 100 points off those lows. Now, the question becomes, when does SPY get to 1,000? Of course, nowhere in the short term. Yeah, 100 points in 30 days, yeah. And the thing is, that's a possibility. All right, when does SPY go to 1,000? So you guys already know my prediction, SPY 1,000 before Bitcoin 250. Okay, so to give you some context on the yearly, once we got above that yearly upside breaker, everything flipped. Look how far that yearly upside, look how long ago that was. A few days ago, but I mean, look how many pivots away, look how many levels away that was. Okay, look at this. Wow. 685 was the yearly open. All right, so 685.71 once it crossed over. So for us to even get back to the yearly open, okay, I think that's gone. That's it. Okay, we're gonna have to drop. Okay, 3.7%. That's not gonna happen in one day. That's gonna take multiple weeks to get there, right? But that might be gone in the short term. My goodness. Well, SPY. When SPY decides to fly, it goes high. If they do what? Would they split? Oh, that's very possible. Okay, I think they would split. Probably 1,000. Because now, just imagine, guys, those contracts won't be as tradable. VIX is broken. Yep. Yeah, when VIX breaks, that means we're okay. Outer space. Has never had a stock split in its history, and it's an ETF. So unless we go against history, go against convention of splitting an ETF, I don't think SPY would split. All right, but in this world we live, all right, convention is always being bent. If there is any convention left, all right, so ETFs don't get split. SPY has never been split. When we get to 1,000, a place where it never's been before, maybe they rewrite some rules. We can go to so the only issue is if you go to like VOO, that doesn't have as much volume and the spreads are not as clean. And that's probably also pricey. Right, 30-cent spread. So 7-Eleven is not support. You might go to SPY W. They don't have it on Webull. Does Robinhood have an option to place or stop before making trade? Can someone answer that question? I'm not sure. Anyone that does use Robinhood, can you answer that question? Does it allow you to put your stop loss automatic when you make that trade? Should be able to with their recent updates. Muchos, Los Angeles. Okay. All right, guys, we're getting close to the conclusion of our show for the week. Hopefully everyone found value this week. Hopefully you learned something. Make sure to make the proper adjustments going to the weekend. Stocks after dark for our strikers. All right, this weekend, it's Sunday night. Okay, we're going to go over things that took place this week. Wild, wild week to say the least. Prepare for next week. And we'll take some ticker requests and we'll do some Q&A as well. So Sunday night, 7:30 p.m. We'll see you guys there. That's for the strikers. That's not going to be on YouTube. Folks on YouTube and everyone who's interested in the ShockWave 15 indicator, there will be a webinar on the YouTube channel that's going to take place. So make sure to be on the lookout for that. That's going to be at 12 p.m. tomorrow. 12 p.m. tomorrow. Make sure to turn your notifications on, and you can tune into that webinar and get a lot of your questions answered as it pertains to the indicator, the features, how to use it, so on and so forth. Okay, so make sure to do that. If you're looking to join our community, go to smartactiontrain.com. We still have out of the 20 spots, so I'll let you know. We still have does Robinhood give inflow on float? I don't think it does. I might. It might. I know Webull does. Okay. If you're interested in float, trading on small cap names. Okay, 14 more spots. All right, so 14 more spots left. Once those fill up, I will be filled up for the week, for the month of April. Then I'll open up some more slots for the month of May. Okay, so again, guys, make sure to like the video. All the links are available. Pinned to the chat. Robinhood is so bad in terms of customer support. There are not enough people working on the calls. I went to the site. I only see AI bots and support. The worst is PayPal. I'd say PayPal is the worst support of all time. Like if it comes down to support, and one time I had one of the businesses I was doing online. I was using PayPal as a primary processor, and they decided to hold my funds, okay, for 90 days. Okay, they just decided to hold my funds for 90 days, and I couldn't reach out to anyone. Granted, this is maybe like 6 years ago, 7 years ago. I'd call support, would ring, and it'll get hung up. All right, it would just automatically hang up. So I couldn't reach anyone. Okay, so I don't think anything tops PayPal. From my experience. Granted, there's a while back, a lot of things might have changed. Granted, maybe I was a little antsy because they were holding my money, so I don't have. So I was maybe a little emotional at the time, but PayPal. So ever since then, I haven't even looked at PayPal, touched PayPal, anything to do with PayPal. You might have to short PayPal. That's just my experience. So just anecdotal experience. So maybe someone had a better experience, same experience, but PayPal. Beautiful job, Cooper. And great job on being patient after missing entry. It's riding these EMAs, so. So good customer service. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was for me. And I literally had to wait 90 days. Okay, I just waited 90 days. I said, you know what? All right, I'll just wait the 90 days. I'll wait. And just imagine if someone is doing a business that's critical to your business's bloodline. Revenue is critical. Revenue is oxygen. 90 days. That's a lifetime. Okay. So I just waited, and I was eventually able to get my funds. Oh, they did that to you too, Mimi? Now, this is a while back. I believe Webull now has trailing stops, so I'll have to probably do a video on Webull, another Webull video. So the best performing video on our channel is the Webull video, so I might have to run that one back. Yeah, exact same protocol, right? 3 months for you, 90 days. Yeah, so if you're on Robinhood, guys, like Robinhood is a great place to start, okay? But you're going to take that next natural step. Easy transition, relatively easier transition, very user-friendly, would be Webull. If you're on something a little more advanced than that, you can go over to TOS. You have IBKR. The main thing is you have options, okay? You have choices. So Robinhood is not the only one. All right, so with these other brokers, they give you more functionality, a little more access. I believe Robinhood doesn't allow you to trade the first 30 minutes or so. They have some rules around that. Okay, so what we've been riding is, if you're a wave rider, okay, just the EMAs. Okay, 9 for 20, 20 for... I'm using the ShockWave EMAs. You can use the 9. Okay. The 9, 21, 21, 34, 34, 55. You want to spread it out. So the scalping approach would be very tight. Just ride the 9, stop loss being the 20. Or you ride the 20, stop loss being the next one there. If you want to take the 20 as an entry, a little more healthier, and ride this one, stop loss being this right here. Back up to the other EMAs. Okay, back up to the other EMAs. That would be the best. That would be the way to ride the EMAs. On the 1, if you're looking for the 5, okay, that's going to require more patience. That's going to require patience. It's going to require a drop into that 711.89. Again, now context is key. We are in the middle of the day. We are in the middle of the day. Okay, and we have made 3 all-time highs in a row. 3-peat. So who thinks on Monday we make another all-time high? Go 4-peat. Does SPY go 4-peat on Monday? The SPY go 4-peat on Monday. Been using them since over 20 years. Wow. So maybe they favor you because you're a long-time customer. I think SPY can 4-peat Monday. If we don't get some sort of like gap down, I think SPY 4-peat on SPY is very possible. Now the catch-up is the laggard is the Dow. Small caps made all-time highs, SPYs at all-time highs, S&Ps at all-time highs, QQQs at all-time highs, and the laggard is the Dow. So if everything continues to push, the opportunity is going to be in the Dow names. So some of the things that are showing some clean setups on the Dow can present opportunities, and we're going to break that down on Sunday. All right, we'll break that down on Sunday. All right, 6 minutes away from wrapping up, guys. Wow, Robinhood held my crypto for 9 months. That's interesting. shareholder, yeah. They don't care what the customers. Yeah, VIX is, we've seen this before. So, and the longer you trade with our team, the more you start to know these things and the better prepared you are. All right, so the reason why is because we've seen the VIX, how it behaves at all-time highs before. So therefore, in conditions like this, the default line of thinking is that VIX does the same thing until proven otherwise. They're looking to do the same thing until proven otherwise. All right, that 9 EMA test is coming. We did go reversal on the 5. Qs are testing that 9. IW headed towards that 9. Sorry, PayPal got me on soapbox. Yes, it's important to share this kind of information, guys. Right? Because if it does happen to you, it's not a good feeling. I use a combination of the 1-minute chart, 5-minute chart, 15-minute chart. So the 1-minute charts for the end. Look at the 1-minute chart to find my entry. 5-minute chart to give me that idea of what's going on at that particular time. Although you can still use the 1, all right, this kind of makes the chart a little cleaner. You can use you can see the 5-minute candles on the 1, and hourly kind of gives us the idea for that particular time, all right? The overall movement, who's in control during that particular time. So if the hourly is directional to the upside, more than likely bulls have that control as long as they stay above that hourly breaker. If the hourly is inside, meaning it still is range bound, has not taken out a higher low, then that tells us, hey, you know what, we're probably chopping around. So we'll actually leave off on that question there. So the hourly candle. So incorporate the hourly candle into the things you do. So if the previous hour looks like this, okay, and now this current hour is inside that previous hour's candle, okay, more than likely we're range bound in this territory until prove otherwise. So those bounces off support, rejections off resistance setups are the favorable setups until you get that break. When you get that directional push, or when the hourly candle breaks above that previous hour's high, all right, and it's starting to continue, okay, preferably after a reversal, okay, during this hour, okay, the setups that are favorable during this hour, okay, is pullbacks, break holds or pullbacks into key levels and EMAs. Because what that tells us on the hours, we're trending to the upside. So lower time frame, we're going to start seeing this. All right, so you want to look for those pullbacks, key levels and EMAs converge. You get those type of setups back to the upside during this time. If you're looking to go short on a bullish hourly candle, you can't just short any high. You need market structure shift. You need clear breakdowns of structure before shorting that hourly candle. So the thing that's more favorable during that hourly expansion is this type of setup. Okay, if the hourly candle takes out those lows and we continue to sell off, preferably after a continuation candle on the hourly, then we look for the inverse. Okay, on the lower time frames, we look for the inverse. We look for retrace rejects off key levels, EMAs, because now we're moving lower for this particular hour. That's who they're compensating. You're going with the trend. If you're going against the trend, you need some sort of break of this resistance, structural shift, reversal pattern, okay, to go against it. You just can't go long off of a low. You just can't buy the dip anywhere and say I'm going long. Okay, there has to be a checklist in place. Can you go long off of a random low and get lucky? Absolutely. All right, but luck is not repeatable. All right, the more repeatable you can make your system, okay, the more frequently you can take advantage of the opportunity, because it's all about frequency. Can you do it again? Doing it once is not enough. Can you do it again? That's where system comes in. System allows you to do the same thing over and over again. In the case where prior hour candle didn't take out that high or that low, more than likely we're going to be trading in a range. Okay. Okay, so here in this area, you're gonna just mark out your critical resistance. There's no trend. Critical support. Ideally, grab highs and grab lows. Textbook supply demand type of setups until proven otherwise. Meaning, until there's an expansion, this is what you're looking for. Okay, so now you're using the lower time frames, okay, to align yourself with one of these scenarios. Okay, so this right here, if you understand this, if you can grasp this, you'll have a good idea of what to look for. Okay. What did I do here? Okay. You'll have a good idea what to look for. All right. So if you're going counter, you know what to look for. Okay. So that right there, guys, make note of that. Take a screenshot of that. Record that. Try to understand it. Play it back. Okay. That is a very, very simple but yet very powerful concept. Okay. Because now you know what to look for. That's why you need to know how to trade these three scenarios. Okay. And the quicker you can identify the scenarios, okay, the better you get at applying the right type of trade at that set scenario. So that's why the hourly tells us everything we need to know. Everything else from the higher time frames, daily, weekly, of course, it gives us the levels. We have a directional understanding where we are in relation to prior week high, prior day high, so on and so forth. But from an intraday perspective, okay, we get key levels based on those time frames. But from an intraday perspective, that's which way we're going. The hourly candle is which way we're going at that particular time. Okay, that hourly candle tells us which way we're going at the particular time. Okay, now 9 bounce. Let me know if that makes sense, guys. Okay, it's just the small details. So the question becomes, do you have to trade all three? No, you don't. Do you have to? Can you know how to trade all conditions? Absolutely. What is the biggest danger? Ask yourself, what is the biggest danger? Over trading. So you choose. It's like you have all these tools in your tool belt to get the job done. Okay. All right. It's like you need to screw in this screw. You have a drill. You have a screwdriver. Of course, the drill is more efficient, but you have a screwdriver as well in your tool belt. Okay, but if you have a hammer, you can technically hammer the screw, but that's the wrong tool for that particular job. So it's all about having the right tools in your tool belt to get the job done. But you don't have to use all the tools. And you don't have to do every job. All right? Just because you have a drill, you don't want to drill everything you see. Right? Some things don't need to be drilled. Okay, so that's the biggest danger when you know how to trade everything. But the upside is now you can start filtering out which opportunities you want to take. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, guys. A lot of the people do use our YouTube to go back and study, reference. Just think of it as just a real-time lecture. Every day is a classroom. All right, we're learning, we're trading. Okay, you're learning and earning. Okay, you're learning and earning. It's an internship. Learning and earning. It's an internship on YouTube. What is your red moving average? 55. I usually don't have the red one there, but that is the last one there. So I usually go with this. That's the last part of the wave. Okay, somewhat of a head and shoulder there, possibly brewing. If you see it left head right. This neckline, trend line support will be critical. That coincides with that 9 on the 5. Have a great weekend, Reyes. The issue is buyers pick it up. Buyers keep picking it up. Every drop, they pick it up. They're interested. They are interested. Okay. Any questions, guys? It's about that time to wrap it up. Hopefully, you guys found value. History in the making. Market goes to all-time highs. We did take 2 trades today. Both trades work in our favor. Monster push the upside. It is the weekend. It is Friday. If you're done, be done for the week. Be done for the day. Enjoy your weekend. Stay safe, of course. Look to make a couple of adjustments. Take some time at some point tomorrow. Set aside 30 minutes to 45 minutes. Go over your journal. Okay. Just go over the things you did. Maybe replay some of the action that we saw this week. If you don't have a journal, go grab yourself a journal. Make adjustment in one particular area. Always have your one non-negotiable. Give yourself credit for one thing you did right. All right. And the next week we come back fresh. We come back recharged. And we come back ready to attack per usual. Sunday night we'll have stocks after dark. So strikers, be on the lookout for that. I will drop that link. Folks on YouTube, make sure to be on the lookout for the ShockWave 15 webinar playing tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern. Nice head and shoulder, neckline, potential break in there. For the folks looking to join the community, you can. If you want to join the yearly, I did make that available. Anyone on YouTube that want to join the yearly, I can make that link available before we jump off. Just put a me in the chat. All right, that's just available just for today. Folks on YouTube, that's available for the rest of the month. Okay, so anytime you do need that, folks in the Discord, I should say strikers, if you do need that link, let me just reach out to me. That is available in the announcements tab. All right, everyone else, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Nice head and shoulder. Left, head, right, neckline break. See if that leads us into that territory there. Absolutely, guys. Okay, now we're starting to sell off. Okay, there we go. That head and shoulder. So if you don't know what the head and shoulder is, that might be the most beautiful head and shoulder we've seen. That might be the most beautiful head and shoulder we've seen. Look at the VIX, not budging. Anyone take that head and shoulder. 7-11. See if we can break below that. That's our first clean sell. All day at 1:09 p.m. Eastern. All right, short-lived so far. Nice drop. Now it's starting to get a pop. If you don't take profit, the market will. Midday profit taking here. You too, Lynn. Everyone else, guys, have a great weekend. All right. That was clean, that head and shoulder there. 7-Eleven, buyers are interested there. Okay. All right. On that note, guys, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll see you guys on Monday. All right. Tomorrow, ShockWave 15 webinar will be playing on YouTube. Have a wonderful weekend. Stay safe. And God bless each one of you.